Chapter 500. The yellow sand was still indistinct, and the rising sun was still hazy. Derek rode on his horse, and as the saddle rose and fell, he stared expressionlessly at the horizon that connected the dust and the clouds. It was gray and blurry, just like always. A few seconds later, under his subordinate's respectful reminder, Derek turned his horse around and looked straight ahead. The door, that was blocked by more than 10 barricades, the hard sand that had been trampled flat, and behind it were layers upon layers of fortresses, guards who stood solemnly, and the double cross-shaped stars flag that fluttered in the air. Of course, there was also a flag that looked like it was shrouded in fog and starlight. The Stardust flag. Just like always. As expected, a group of camp guards walked forward with arrogance. They clashed with Derek's team. Both sides argued, roared, shoved, and crashed into each other. They were like two stallions that ate in the same stall. Derek did not care and let the situation develop. He only took out the water skin in his saddlebag. In Western Desert, the tongue would tell you faster than the eyes. The desert was not far away. When Derek swallowed his third mouthful of water, the captain of his personal guards pointed angrily at the flag behind him. The conflict reached its climax. The two sides who were glaring at each other could no longer suppress their emotions. They drew their swords, bows, and crossbows. Under his personal guard's orders, hundreds of cavaliers immediately spread out into battle formation. The camp guards behind the gates swarmed out, gritting their teeth as they tightly surrounded them. Derek even saw more than 10 mystic guns and city-guarding crossbows on the lookout tower. They were aiming at them. The tense atmosphere was about to explode. Just like always. Derek, who was still riding on his horse, snorted softly. He raised his water skin again and swallowed his fourth mouthful of water in an elegant and free manner. Then, of course, at the last moment, Frank, the running horse, appeared at the door at the right time. He sternly stopped the soldiers of the regular army under him. Then he politely and respectfully came before Derek and asked him to forgive the royal family's regular army for being vigilant during a special period. He made it sound like they really had a normal period. Then, Frank, who looked much older compared to 11 years ago, represented the Baron of Blade Fangs to welcome them happily and warmly. He also apologized sincerely for the Baron being busy and not coming to welcome them. Just like always. Therefore, their team stepped into the camp under disdainful and hostile gazes. They walked onto the main road and welcomed the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Derek, on the other hand, cast away the lethargy and fatigue from the journey. He straightened his back and tightened his shoulders. He allowed his beloved horse, Army Knife, to move forward in a leisurely manner without losing its elegance. It moved forward calmly, but it was not lacking in vigilance. His personal guards on both sides rode on their horses and dutifully swung their whips to clear the path. Their formation was neat, and they looked mighty. The noisy campsite fell silent. Puzzled and surprised, the people on the street first stared at them blankly for about 5 seconds. Then, the first batch of people widened their eyes and trembled. They covered their mouths with both hands and let out suppressed cries. They shouted and pointed at the flag behind Derek, telling those who did not manage to react what the flag represented. In the face of all sorts of gazes, Derek tightened his muscles, be it his back, arms, or face. Just like always. About 3 seconds later, the crowd was in an uproar. Amid the deafening commotion that could be compared to a siege, the captain of Derek's personal guards lifted the reins and moved forward in a familiar manner. His expression was fierce, and he swung his specially made whip in a beautiful circle in the air, releasing a warning crack. "Make way!" The captain's voice echoed in the fortress for more than a second. Then, the crowd that filled the street and blocked the procession dispersed in a chaotic situation. Among them, there were hurried footsteps, anxious cries from those who were dragged and knocked over, complaints from merchants whose goods were scattered, and vicious curses from those who were unlucky enough to have their belongings stolen during the chaos. In the end, only the figures on both sides of the street and at the entrances of alleys were left. Most of the people tried their best to squeeze their bodies closer to the corners. At the same time, they put on respectful and curious gazes. Occasionally, They would sneak a glance at Derek's group, and quite a number of them were focused on Derek. Just like always. He had accumulated his might for hundreds of years, and he had been influenced by what he saw and heard. At least in this land, there were very few people who dared to go against the flag behind Derek. Very few. But it was not that there were none. Derek swept his gaze over the street that was filled with dust and filth. He retracted his gaze from the two sneaky and unkempt ruffians. Before he could react, his personal guards who were patrolling the road ahead of him came forward and whipped the two ruffians, causing them to cry and wail as they crawled away from the empty street. Chapter 501. As he listened to the man's self-introduction, Thales could not help but clench his fists. Chroma. Of course. Thales thought, I know this name. During the Battle of Eradication 700 years ago, Prince Tormund, who was not yet the king of Renaissance, was ambushed and defeated in the Battle of Cold Wind. He was surrounded. Even the messenger crows that asked for reinforcements were killed by the enemy's falcons in the air. All hope was lost. During the darkest moment, a courier who was in charge of rearing messenger crows found an injured and weary messenger crow on the battlefield. The courier had a lowly status, but he was young and fearless. Under everyone's despairing gazes, he held the last wounded crow in his arms and risked his life to sneak into the encirclement. He broke through the falcons and crossbows blockade, and before he was captured, he let it go at the edge of the battlefield. A miracle happened. The wounded crow that could not even fly high in the sky finally brought back reinforcements from the Northlanders, turned the situation around, saved the prince, and achieved the Battle of Cold Wind, which would go down in history. A few years later, when Tormund was crowned king and Constellation was founded, the messenger who was lucky enough to survive received an edict and was promoted to the title of a count. He became one of the 13 distinguished families in the kingdom, and his family name became one of the 3 most prominent families in the Western Desert. This legendary story was simplified into one sentence, and it became the motto of the Chroma family. The one wing saves the master. The legendary messenger crow that went through fire and water with the courier and only had one wing left was drawn in a picture book, embroidered on flags, and printed on robes. It became the name of Wing Fort, and it also became the emblem of the Chroma family for 700 years. The one-wing crow. Thales sucked in a deep breath and looked at the night before him. So, the 100 or so raven whistle-like cavaliers he saw in the desert, the so-called lightning crow, the heavy cavaliers who fought against the orcs head-on, and the baron who stole 60% of the goods from the freaks, all of them listened to his orders. Thales smiled and shook the other man's hand without hesitation. It is a pleasure to meet you, Count of Wingfort. The Count of Wingfort returned the smile and gently let go of the prince's hand. I know that you are tired on your journey back and have experienced many twists and turns, your highness, but please be at ease. Derek turned to the side and revealed the 13 flags behind him. According to the plan, from now on, my 200 raven whistle-like cavaliers and the 100 men from the 12 families under Wingfort will join your escort team until you safely return to Renaissance Palace. Thales' expression froze. I really appreciate it. Derek glanced at the monsters and instantly frowned. So, these are the men that Baron Williams sent to escort you home? The regular army of the West Wilderness, 20, the Count casually glanced at it and then reported the number. 25? To escort the prince? Snake Shooter's expression instantly turned ugly. Earl, he appeared very nervous and stammered, that I know, cough cough, we are monsters. We're Stardust. I mean we are barons. However, Derek did not even look at him. He only spoke to Thales. Even though the Baron of Blade Fang's Fangs is busy with official business, I must offend you and say that this is very inappropriate. Especially when the Baron is a direct vassal of the royal family. Snake Shooter was a little anxious. No, the Baron is, Thales sighed. I was the one who asked the Baron not to disperse his forces for me, and he had to obey my orders. The prince had to continue the conversation and help the awkward Snake Shooter out of the predicament. After all, Blade Fang's camp has just gone through a lot of hardships. Snake Shooter looked at him gratefully. Derek was silent for a while. He stared at Thales. The prince responded with a smile. I understand. A few seconds later, Derek looked around and flashed a smile. Indeed, he cannot disperse his forces now. Snake Shooter wanted to say something, but Derek had already turned around. Snake Shooter could only turn his head around and respond to Spirit Blade's mutterings of, "How embarrassing," in exasperation. The Count of Wing Fort raised his voice and gave an order to his subordinates. "Tell Fark and Cade at the back to send the second and third teams to the capital with me. The prince's returning team must not lose their dignity." His voice was not loud, but his orders were clear and powerful. Thales could not help but frown as he watched the messenger leave in a hurry. "Your Grace, thank you for your kindness, but there is no need for this." But Derek turned his head around abruptly. "Forgive me for my persistence, Your Highness." Thales was taken aback by how serious he was. "After wandering around for 6 years, you have returned to the capital. In the eyes of the Constellations, will you return with glory or in dire straits?" Derek stared at Thales as if he wanted to stare his soul out. "This is very important. Prince Thales." Thales stared at him in a daze. For a moment he could not understand the Count in front of him. Derek narrowed his eyes. "And we cannot be too careful. After all, you will never know where the threat will come from." As he faced the very serious Count, countless thoughts flashed through Thales' mind. The biggest thought was the Duke of Western Desert's words the day before. "The powerful nobles and suzerains will rush to find you and draw the prince who has just returned to the kingdom to their side. They will do everything they can to make you stand on their side and turn you into the vanguard to fight against Renaissance Palace. Before you accept their kindness, please remember that they are only against your father. They are not truly loyal to you." A few seconds later, Thales suppressed his unnecessary thoughts and nodded politely and amicably. "Thank you. You have thought about this very thoroughly." Derek also nodded respectfully. He smiled again. "Thank you for your understanding." But the Count's words changed. "I heard that Sir Cyril has already met you?" "Cyril Faken has." When Thales heard this name, he could not help but twitch his eyebrows. "Yes. Yesterday, he came to visit me." Derek stared at him for a while before he smiled and said, "Oh, I understand how you feel." "Understand?" When he recalled his conversation with the Duke of Western Desert, Thales snorted in his heart. "Really?" But Derek seemed to have seen through his thoughts. The young Count of Wing Fort chuckled softly. "A long time ago, after I spoke to the Duke for the first time, I spent a whole month to understand what he said to me during that hour of teasing and scolding." Derek's smile was a little resigned. "And this does not include the rhetoric and metaphors that come out of his mouth at will." Rhetoric and metaphors. Thales remembered something, and he could not help but hum in acknowledgement. He looked at Derek, who was in front of him, with empathy. "Is that so?" Thales chuckled dryly. "Then you know him quite well." But Derek's reaction was out of his expectations. "No, Your Highness." This time, Count Chroma's reply was quick, but it was half teasing and half serious. "I have never understood the Duke." The master of the single-winged crow, the young Count of Wing Fort, narrowed his eyes. There seemed to be a profound meaning behind his words. "Not at all." In a dilapidated and remote house in Blade Fang's camp, a figure holding a walking stick and wearing a thick leather robe slowly walked into the room. "I did not ask Gotham to save you and give you a place to hide so that you can drink all the wine in my storage." In the dark house, a man sitting in front of a table turned his head around slowly and snorted softly. He did not seem to mind. The man was wrapped in thick bandages from his shoulders to his limbs. He let out an unpleasant laugh. "Oh, is that so? I'm sorry, Savior." He looked at the guest and raised a wine bottle high in a drunken manner. "Fortunately, I still have one bottle left. Look, this is the one." In the next second, the man let go. With a loud crack, the wine bottle shattered on the ground, and wine spilled everywhere. The guest watched as the wine splashed on his boots and leather robe. He could not help but frown. "Oh, oh." The man wrapped in bandages spread his hands and smiled maliciously. "Now, the last bottle is gone." The guest was silent for a while in the darkness. He did not sit down, but only said airily, Tomorrow mix in with our convoy and leave the camp. Go back by yourself. The man's body froze. Go back? He snapped out of his daze, and his unfocused gaze became clearer. What about the mission? What about that brat? The guest snorted softly. His gaze was sharp, and his voice was dry and unpleasant. I went to take a look. He is being protected. Impossible. The man paused for a while. Impossible? He repeated in a murmur. His drunkenness gradually faded, and the expression on his face slowly became ferocious. That damn brat, the man slammed the table. He stood up, gritted his teeth, and said to the guest, No, no, no. It's impossible for you, but I can. Give me a route and a sentry. I can sneak up in the middle of the night. But the guest rejected him mercilessly. No, you can't. The guest looked at the bandages on the man's body and gestured with his chin. You were beaten up badly. The man shook his head impatiently. He snorted and waved his hand. It's just a small injury. Trust me, you should go and see the other guy. He's in a much worse state than I am. The guest in the darkness did not speak. He only carefully sized up the bandaged man. I want to believe you. The guest pressed his hands on his walking stick. His gaze was cold and his tone was profound. Can I? These words made the man pause again. The man's gaze pierced through the bandages and he stared at the guest for a while. A few seconds later, the man exhaled and sat down heavily. Don't worry, no one will suspect you. The man seemed to have figured something out and said angrily, You're right. He said angrily, the Secret Intelligence Department, Dragon Cloud City, and that brat who thinks he's smart, they all think that I work for the king. Thought king. The man rubbed his head desperately. He hissed softly as if he had a headache. The guest rubbed the back of his hand and snorted softly. But this is also the truth, isn't it? The man exhaled heavily. He raised a finger and looked at the guest with a displeased gaze. Hey, you only wanted that brat to stay in Northland. You didn't say that he had to stay in Dragon Cloud City. The guest stared at the man's finger. He was not upset or angry, but his tone became colder. You went to King Chapman, which made things complicated. The man seemed to want to argue, but his displeasure quickly weakened when he met the cold gaze of the guest. The man leaned back against the table and waved his bandaged hand in the air. What else can I do? Every word he uttered seemed to contain suppressed anger. That old witch from the secret room has been suspicious of me since a few years ago. Do you know how many people she sent to deal with me after King Nuven died? And the Secret Intelligence Department? If the prince falls into the hands of Dragon Cloud City, they will only force me to go back and save him again. That won't be as simple as being a babysitter. The guest did not answer. He only listened to the man quietly. The man exhaled a gloomy and painful breath of resentment. He pressed his head again, and there was a hint of anger in his words. Only the supercilious Kinslayer King, only when he starts to protect me like Nuven, will the Secret Intelligence Department and the secret room stop causing trouble for me. The guest looked at the floor and nodded with his walking stick. But you screwed up. His words suppressed the anger of the man in the bandages again. The man's breathing quickened. After a few breaths, he opened his mouth and let out an unpleasant sound. Of course it's easy to just talk while standing. This time, the man's words were filled with anger and humiliation. Why don't you go and fight the Star Killer head-on and fight for half an hour? But the guest obviously did not buy it. He only sized up the man and sneered. You're covered in burns. You don't look like you've been stabbed. The man was momentarily speechless, but he quickly raised his voice. That's not the point. And that damn mask. His skills are better than 10 years ago. It was already not easy to fool him by pretending to be unconscious. I even had to drag my injuries into the desert and hide while I chased after him. And I was so King unlucky along the way. I either ran into a large group of orcs or a large army. The man stood up. His complaints became more and more urgent, and he became more and more displeased. And when I chased him here, contacted the Kinslayer King's people, and was ready to take action, you damn Constellations, stupid Southerners, you actually King caused internal strife in Bladefang's camp. Do you know how much effort I had to spend to escape from thousands of rebels and mobs? And that brat, he suddenly disappeared from the camp and came back with the legendary Wings troops? CK me. And isn't this your territory? The man spoke angrily. He heaved a sigh of anguish and indignation, and pressed his hand to his forehead. The guest was silent for a while. I told you before, once you reach Constellation's sphere of influence, things will become very troublesome. The guest's voice rose along with the sound of his cane. And now, the secret room, the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Black Sand region, the city of faraway prayers, and Dragon Cloud City. Each of the 5 parties has a reason to settle scores with you. The man pressed his head. He felt his head ache even more. The guest raised his eyebrows. His tone was contemplative. What should you do? The man breathed rapidly for a while, but he immediately let go of his hand and laughed. Looks like I'll have to King come up with 5 explanations to make them spare my head. C. His smile was resigned and relieved. Both of them were silent for a while. After a while, the guest suddenly asked, "Can you get through this, old friend?" The man snorted coldly. "Of course." The man rubbed his hands and looked around in disdain. "I have my ways. Have you forgotten my nickname?" But the guest's next words made him frown. "No, you can't." His tone was heavy and his meaning was cold. "I can't?" The man was a little puzzled. But soon he felt that the headache just now was getting worse. He realized something. In the next second, the man's body swayed. He supported himself on the table behind him with both hands. A wave of numbness and dizziness hit him. He could no longer maintain his trembling arms, and he fell on the chair with a thud. The man raised his eyes in disbelief. He looked at the indifferent guest in front of him, and then at the broken wine bottle on the floor. You know, there's a reason why I stored these wines here," the guest said faintly. "But you just had to say that." The man breathed desperately, but he felt the strength and senses in his body disappear bit by bit. "Impossible. I've tested those wines." "Tested?" The man widened his eyes and stared at the guest in front of him. "As for your nickname, old friend, do you know?" The guest rubbed his cane and turned around indifferently. He allowed the man's eyes to lose their luster, and he fell to the floor. "I don't like crows." The guest stared at the man who was no longer struggling. His eyes were cold. Chapter 502. The sun set in the west. Thales rode on a horse with a brand new saddle and a shiny coat. He moved forward slowly and headed east. He looked over the shoulder of the mounted sentinel and stared at the weeds and smoke in the distance. He was lost in thought. The land here was different. It was different from Northland and the desert. It was wetter, more fertile, and flatter. The power that allowed him to never get lost gave him this information. "Your horsemanship is very good, Your Highness. It does not lose to a skilled cavalier." The prince, who was immersed in the thought of never getting lost, was jolted awake by the sudden voice. He quickly turned around. "Count Chroma." As the horse's hooves thundered, the Count of Wing Fort, Derek Chroma, lifted the reins and sped past a few personal guards to arrive beside the prince's horse. The personal guards wisely dispersed to give the Count and the prince some space. The freaks who were supposed to protect him were separated from the crow's personal guards. Snake Shooter looked a little indignant, but he did not dare offend the Count. In the end, he could only lower his head and grumble. "In this era, at your age, even if many nobles with illustrious family backgrounds can ride properly, it will be difficult for them to stay on a horse for so long." Count Derek said nonchalantly. It had been more than 10 hours since their group left the camp in a mighty manner. Aside from taking a nap during the afternoon, the well-trained raven whistle-like cavaliers increased their speed and moved forward at a brisk pace. Thales pinched his thigh and turned his eyes to glance at Derek's calf, which was in the stirrup. He felt that Derek's riding posture had not changed much. "You can stay on a horse for so long?" The prince secretly quirked an eyebrow. "You're praising yourself, right?" Thales' thighs and waist were beginning to ache from the long period of travel. Right now, he could enjoy the scenery in peace with his horse's hooves. It was already considered a form of rest. The Count of Wing Fort continued to speak emotionally. The Northlanders' military training is indeed extraordinary. Thales nodded politely and laughed dryly. Thank you. As for the Northlanders' training, you should ask the Star Killer and the Raven of Death. The former used years of riding lessons to teach him how happy it was to be able to ride on a normal horse. The latter taught him how blissful it was to be able to, normally, ride on a horse's back by running for what felt like years. Thales sighed softly as he recalled the bitterness and thought of the sweetness. Sure enough, people are forced out. But come to think of it, Nicholas, Monty, and Tolja from Black Sand region. When he thought of how 3 of the 5 famous Extension War generals had a bone to pick with him during his trip to Northland, Thales felt extremely helpless. He was probably the second most unlucky person in the world, ahem. He stole a glance at the air behind him. By the way, how did Yodel keep up? Don't tell me you're clinging to a horse's ass. We can finally see the land beyond the yellow sands, right? Count Derek seemed to want to use this time to talk to Thales for a while longer. When I served at the borders, I would stay in the desert for a few weeks before I came out. Derek stared at the grassland and smoke from the village in the distance. He smiled faintly. Even a little bit of green makes me excited. Thales took over the conversation, half tactfully and half sincerely. That's right. This feels really good. After getting used to wandering in a foreign land for 6 years, it was the first time Thales realized that he was not in the dry and cold Northland, nor was he in a desert filled with yellow sand. He was in Constellation. A strange yet familiar feeling rose in his heart. When he noticed where Thales was looking, Derek pointed at a few small houses at the end of his line of sight. These small villages belong to Blessings Town. It is our supply point today, and it is not far ahead. It is the farthest town in the west of Western Desert, and it is also the closest town to Bladefang's camp. Over the years, it has provided reinforcements and protection for the western front lines. Blessings Town. Derek's explanation stirred up Thales' interest, which he had not felt for a long time. It was a leisurely and carefree feeling that he could not imagine when there was danger ahead of him and pursuers behind him. And we will turn into the Avenue of Blessings there. The road ahead will be much easier. Derek was obviously considerate enough to understand the prince's emotions and the soreness in his muscles from riding for too long. He continued his explanation. The Avenue of Blessings. When I was in Northland, I read about it in a book. Thales tried his best to stick his head forward to see the road in the distance. But this is the first time I've walked. Count Derek smiled. Chapter 503. Under Count Louis' strange inquiry, Derek's expression remained the same. The one before you is Thales. But Louis immediately burst into laughter and waved his hand to interrupt Derek's introduction. Don't be nervous. That was just a joke. Of course I know where he is. Derek's expression darkened when he was interrupted. Come, let me see. In Derek's silence, Louis slowly turned his horse around and sized up Thales with a profound expression. The prince took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and accepted the Count of Black Lion's gaze with a smile. A few seconds later, Count Louis, who had almost circled Thales, finally snorted. Your Highness, I have long heard of your great achievements in Northland. It is an honor to have you here. He closed the distance between him and the prince. He leaned back, and his expression was still arrogant. Perhaps you don't remember me, but unexpectedly, the prince raised his voice and interrupted the other. Will the Black Lion, who is good at fighting, still fight for the pride? When he heard this, Louis was immediately stunned. Fight to the death. This is how you answered my father back then. Under everyone's gaze, the second prince stared straight at the leader of the Black Lion family. As long as the lead lion remains wise and brave, he will remember the pride. Louis looked surprised. Even Derek furrowed his brows slightly. Yes, I remember you. Count Louis Bosdorf from the Brave Soul Castle. 6 years ago, you were sitting not far from me at the national conference. Thales cleared his throat. His gaze began to turn cold under the setting sun. And I still remember when they voted on whether I should be the prince. You voted against me. There was a warning tone in Thales' words. Bosdorf's expression changed in an instant. He sat up straight on his horse, and the way he looked at Thales was different. Even Derek by the side pursed his lips. Lewis coughed slightly. "Your Highness," in the past, but the prince's cold expression suddenly melted like water melting from an iceberg. Thales snorted and interrupted the count. "Don't be nervous. That was just a joke." Under Lewis and Derek's frowning expressions, Thales leisurely lifted the reins and urged his horse past the Count of Black Lion. "Come, let me see." The prince calmly looked at the black-armored soldiers behind the count, as if he was inspecting his own army. A few seconds later, Thales imitated Lewis's actions and pulled the reins back to his horse. "Your Excellency, I have always admired the reputation of the Black Lion clan for being good at fighting." After saying that, he extended his right hand to Earl Lewis with a friendly smile. "It's my honor to meet you today." Lewis stared at the prince in a daze. The Black Lion clan of the Brave Souls Fort. Another famous family name in the West Wilderness. According to history, Bosdorf's ancestor was a heavy infantryman who participated in the Battle of Eradication. He was promoted repeatedly by the King of Renaissance because he was brave and good at fighting. He was promoted step by step until he finally became a count on the day the country was founded. A large part of the reason why Constellation was able to expand its western border to its current state was due to the warlike and forceful nature in their blood. At the beginning of the 2nd century in the calendar of Eradication, during the battle where the King of Blades Tormund II conquered Dragon-Kissed Land and destroyed Fog Dukedom, it was Bosdorf's infantry unit that beheaded the first and last Archduke of Fog. After the First Peninsular War, Brave Souls Fort's reputation reached its peak. In the Western Desert, the Black Lion clan even had power over the Guardian Dukes. Then, during the confrontation of the two stars in the late 2nd century, after the death of Cloud King Horus II, the two branches of the Jade Star royal family fought for the throne. They unfortunately chose the wrong side, just like most families in that era. The stunned Earl Lewis stared at the prince's outstretched right hand, then at Thales' smile. He was silent for a while. By the side, Derek, who had not said a word, looked at Thales and curled his lips slightly. "Thank you, Your Highness." Half a second later, the Count of Black Lion's arrogant expression faded away. He urged his steed forward, flung off his iron gloves without hesitation, and held Thales' hand firmly. "I promise you that you will see us live up to our name." Thales only felt his tightly clenched hand tremble with a loud bang. The Count of Black Lion's grip was quite strong. Earl Lewis narrowed his eyes. "And the headed lion is indeed extraordinary." Count Bosdorf let go of Thales' hand and waved his hand behind him. "Your Highness, come and meet my eldest son and heir Paul." A brown-haired young man with a determined face, who looked quiet and low-profile, and who wore armor with the emblem of a black lion, rode forward. "Paul Bosdorf." The young Paul put on a stern face and pressed his fist against his chest. He did not look as complicated as his father. "Your Highness, it is my honor to serve you." Thales smiled. "It is also my honor." Count Lewis, who had been sizing Thales up, laughed and extended his hand to the black-armored soldiers behind him. "Your Highness, my son and 200 elites from the Black Lion clan, as well as 100 people from the 14 families around Brave Souls Fort, will escort you home with Derek." Lewis added, "Forgive me for not being able to accompany you personally, but please do not doubt our passion and loyalty to Renaissance Palace." Thales looked at the flag of the Black Lion behind Lewis, as well as the flags of the other 14 nobles. The prince frowned slightly before he flashed a smile. "Never doubted it." Lewis also chuckled. "I never doubted you, never doubted it." But the next moment, the Count of Black Lion looked to the east, and his tone changed. "But I suspect that others do." Thales' smile was a little stiff. That's a good way of putting it." Amid the awkward atmosphere, Derek coughed, intentionally or unintentionally. But Lewis acted as if he didn't understand and suddenly said, "So, I heard that our Duke of Western Desert, Lord Cyril, has gone to look for you, Your Highness? He even gave you a good sword?" Thales' slightly relaxed nerves were immediately alerted by this sentence. Damn it. How did he know? The prince, who had a huge headache, changed his direction. He instinctively wanted to block the sentinel on his saddle. About that, I wanted to return it, but Louis sighed. He pointed at the army he brought with him, and his eyes were filled with indignation. Derek and I, together, we mobilized countless subjects, and then mobilized 600 to 700 elite personal guards to achieve this, but the Duke only used one sword to do it. Count Bosdorf snorted lightly. What a bargain! He suddenly turned to the master of the single-winged raven. What do you think, Derek? The Count of Wingfort looked up, but he did not answer. He only gave Louis a friendly smile. Thales looked at Derek's expression and seemed to have understood something. In the next second, Count Louis' gaze returned to the prince, and his attitude seemed to be nonchalant. So, he also flung you with a sword? Thales was stunned. Flung? Derek coughed again at the side. But Count Louis still acted as if he did not hear it. Yes, he smiled without a care and gestured at the prince on his mount. You know, it's to swing a sword in front of you on purpose. If you are so scared that you wet your pants, then he will chuckle and say, "Ah, you are only SS." If you do not react at all, then he will pretend to be profound and say, "Yes, you passed my test." Louis waved his hand with a disdainful expression. After he deceives you, of course, he can pretend to be serious and give a long speech. Deliberately holding a sword in front of you. Thales was puzzled at first, then he was completely stunned. The scene of the Duke of Western Desert alone in a room with him the day before yesterday surged into his mind like a tidal wave. What? The prince asked in surprise. As if he had expected Thales' reaction, Count Louis chuckled with an expression that said, "I knew it." I'm guessing that the Duke probably poured out his heart and soul to you, expressed his worries, and showed you how much he loved Western Desert, that he loved it madly, that his love was reasonable, that he could not extricate himself from it, and that he could move the world. In the end, he solemnly stated that everything he did was because he had no other choice, and that he only wanted to remain neutral in all the chaos, and that he did not want to choose a side. Thales blinked. He was a little dumbfounded by the amount of information in this sentence. What? But Louis kept going. And did he use those dozen or so words to go around in circles, and then come back to the same word game again? Did he use some nonsense like, power is born of violence, violence gives birth to a lot of things, and then power is born again, to bewitch you? Power is born of violence. A word game that goes around in circles again. As he listened to Louis' words, Thales was stunned and puzzled. His eyebrows rose and fell a few times. There was a teasing tone in the Count of Black Lion's tone. Makes you feel that he is unfathomable, far-sighted, and different? Derek, who was beside him, turned his head away and coughed loudly. Thales finally found a gap and asked in puzzlement, "How did you?" But Louis did not give him a chance to retort. You know, after a bunch of nonsense, when the time comes, he will snap his fingers like this. Count Bosdorf waved his hand in disdain and snapped his fingers. Then he will blink his eyes and snap his teeth. Don't worry, I won't say this to anyone else, but I'm with you. The way he shook his head and the disdainful expression on his face was rather similar to Duke Fakenhas. But it startled the prince. What? Louis smiled coldly. Don't be surprised, Your Highness. That is the unpopular Sir Cyril. When we were young, he treated everyone. He put away his playful expression, and his expression turned cold. That's what he did. Thales stared at him in a daze. He tried his best to control his expression. What does he mean? He treated everyone like this? That's what he heard the Duke of Western Desert say in Ghost Prince Tower yesterday. Do you think I would randomly pick up a 14-year-old brat on the street and tell him this? Thales felt that he was a little confused. Louis turned his head in disdain. Am I right, Derek? In the room, Derek bowed politely, but he still smiled and said nothing. Looking at Derek's behavior, the Count of the Black Lion snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. But at this moment, Thales' heart was already in a mess. That Duke of Western Desert who looks like a boss, actually. But then, I am going to the camp to visit the Duke today. I hope he will not use the old method to brush me off. Louis snorted. But no matter what, be it the beginning or the end of this farce, we really have to thank you, Your Highness. Count Bosdorf stared at Thales, who was trying hard to think. And from the ruins to Wingfort, whether it was Sir Cyril, Derek, or so many suzerains under us, if it were not for your arrival, Western Desert would rarely have such a gathering. You must be our savior, your highness. Whether it was 6 years ago or now, you allowed us to reunite after we were separated. Don't you think so, Derek? Derek curled his lips for the 3rd time and smiled politely. Looking at the stubborn Count of Wingfort, Bosdorf shifted his gaze to Thales again. And I still have a gift. The Count of the Black Lion waved his hand. In the next second, a few strong and powerful soldiers in black armor raised a flagpole and waved a ridiculously tall and extraordinarily large flag in the air. Thales was just about to thank him, but his smile froze again. Do you miss your family's coat of arms, your highness? While the citizens on both sides of the town cried out in surprise and burst into an uproar, the flag was unfurled in the wind. It was a 9-pointed star flag. However, the 9-pointed star on the flag seemed to be made of a special material. As long as the flag moved slightly, it would shine with a piercing silver light. It was as bright as the starry sky, making it hard for people to ignore it. Many people, including Thales, subconsciously raised their hands to cover their eyes. F***CK. This is too. Thales turned his head around awkwardly. I am very grateful for your gift, but this is too high profile. High profile? Lewis quickly interrupted him. He raised his arms indignantly at the surrounding town and fields. For the sake of the goddess, this is your kingdom, your home, and we will all be your vassals. We should be free to walk in your own home, Thales said softly, embarrassed. I'd rather keep a low profile. But Lewis acted as if he did not hear him and continued to speak loudly. And if there comes a day when you, as a member of the Jadestar royal family, have to be overcautious and full of doubts even when you reveal your identity in your own home, then perhaps, Lewis leaned forward and pressed his palm on Thales' shoulder. The exaggerated expression on his face suddenly turned cold. There is a problem with this family, he said coldly. What do you think? Thales felt a chill in his heart. Lewis pressed on Thales' shoulder, revealing a sense of incongruity that made people feel extremely uneasy. Thales took a deep breath. A second later, the corners of his lips curled up, but he did not say anything. He only released a flawless smile. Forgive me for interrupting. At this moment, Derek, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. It is time for you to depart, Your Grace, it will take us half a day to reach Bladefang's camp from here. Thales was unusually grateful for the interruption. Perhaps it was because of Derek's help, or because he finally had nothing else to say. Count Lewis only remained silent for a while before he let go of Thales. He put away his strange expression and smiled faintly. Of course, don't let me disturb you. Paul, protect the prince with your life, Lewis instructed his son in a meaningful manner. Just like how this prince risked his life to protect his home for the past 6 years. Paul pressed his hand against his chest and lowered his head solemnly. I will, father. I will. Count Bosdorf curled his lips and pointed at the shining silver flag with a 9-pointed star with his thumb. Also, remember, although that flag is heavy, you must ensure that it is erected in the air. Don't let it fall. Lewis clicked his tongue. Thales did not know who he was talking to. It will hurt someone. Thales' expression did not change. This time, Paul did not answer. He only nodded silently. Then, have a smooth journey, your highness. The Count of Black Lion reined in his horse. The cold expression on his face faded away, and he smiled confidently. The road in Western Desert has not been maintained for a long time, and it has never been easy to travel. Surrounded by soldiers, Louis Bosdorf rode past Thales' side in a swaying manner, leaving the prince with a view of his back and a sentence that carried a profound meaning. Presumably, the road in Central Territory will be flatter? Thales sighed in relief as he watched the Count of Black Lion's troop leave. He and Derek looked at each other, and both of them revealed impeccable and helpless smiles. Feng Yun Reading Network. Chapter 504. The next morning, on the flat and wide Avenue of Blessings, The prince's escort team became twice as long because of the addition of the Bosdorf family's soldiers. Please do not mind Count Bosdorf's attitude. Derek rode beside Thales on his horse. He is one of the leaders in taking back Bladefang's camp. He is very unhappy with what happened over the past few days, so he shows his dissatisfaction on his face. Unhappy? Thales thought quietly. Show it on my face? Bro, you probably haven't interacted with Northlanders before. When they are unhappy, they usually show it on their swords. He could only tease himself. Please do not vent your anger on Paul. The Count of Wingfort turned his head and looked at the silent Paul Bosdorf, who was a few steps behind them. He has a tough life with such an overbearing father. Thales smiled and nodded, but he sighed in his heart. Speaking of which, such an overbearing father. All right, this is something I can relate to. At the very least. Derek turned his head around and looked at a certain horse behind him. The 9-pointed star flag was immediately rolled up and wrapped up tightly the moment the Count of Black Lion disappeared. He sighed and said, "At least Paul is easier to talk to than his father." Both of them were silent for a while. But in the next second, Thales suddenly spoke. "So, what Count Bosdorf said about the Duke of Western Desert treating everyone the same way, is it true?" As if someone had blown out a lamp, the color between the prince and the count suddenly darkened. Derek remained silent for a long time while the horses galloped and the orders were heard. "Let me put it this way, Your Highness. In Constellation, compared to the Northern Territory, which was once united, the land of cliffs, and Blade Edge Hill, which shared weal and woe, the local politics of Western Desert are a little complicated." Complicated? Thales thought about it quietly. A few seconds later, the prince thought of something and spoke faintly. "Votes." Derek was stunned when he was about to continue explaining. "What?" Thales said in a daze. "Even though it was just a joke yesterday, I remember now." The prince spoke slowly. "In the national conference 6 years ago, when the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families voted to decide whether or not to recognize me, whether it was the Northern Territory, the land of cliffs, or the Blade Edge Hill, the votes of every earl in these territories all followed the Duke's lead. But only the West Wilderness, only the 3 of you and Count Bosdorf both voted against it. Duke Faken has, however, voted for it." After he finished listening to him, Derek Chroma's expression changed. The young Count of Wingfort coughed awkwardly. "I was forced by circumstances back then. I hope you don't hold a grudge against me." Thales looked at his expression and smiled in a carefree manner. "Of course not. I just understood something." The prince stared straight at the Count of Wingfort. In the High Nobles' Parliament back then, on the 19 stone seats, the decision of the 3 families in the Western Desert was not unanimous. Derek's expression turned even grimmer. Their group turned a corner, and Thales' train of thought went back to the past. In the national conference back then, the final vote on whether Thales could officially become the second prince was 10 people in favor, 8 people opposed, and 1 person abstained. The king's party turned the situation around with a slight advantage of 1 vote. With the plump Duke Cullen as the leader, the 3 families in Eastern Sea Hill voted in favor at the last moment. But now that he thought about it, land of cliffs, Northern Territory, South Coast, Western Desert, Blade Edge, Eastern Sea. Thales recalled the votes of the 19 nobles back then, and he suddenly understood many things. The prince frowned. According to the order of the votes and the results of the votes, back then, the person who truly held the crucial vote, who turned the situation around with just a raise of his hand, and who made Thales the second prince in the end, not Duke Cullen. After they passed a junction with a different slope, they began to gradually increase their speed on the road. Please do not misunderstand. Derek adjusted his sitting posture and took a deep breath before the wind against his face grew stronger. The suzerains of the Western Desert still respect the 4-eyed skull emblem quite a lot. His expression was a little solemn. But in recent years, among my noble peers, especially people like Count Bosdorf, they feel that the Duke is more or less content with the status quo. Derek's gaze sharpened. Especially when it concerns the royal family. It was even more so after the Desert War. Such as this time's Bladefang's camp. Count Chroma chose his words carefully. The vassals are quite critical of his passive and decisive attitude of not asking any questions before the battle, and his conservative attitude of cleaning up the mess after the battle. Thales was silent, content with the status quo. Passive and decisive. Conservative attitude. The prince remembered what he said. You have to know that when your vassals and subordinates are stirred up and the public's will is high, you do not have much choice but to go with the flow. Did he say these words to the others? No. As they sped up, Thales clamped his legs around the horse's abdomen. He stared at the smooth and solid road of the Avenue of Blessings in a daze. He watched as they sped forward, inch by inch. He said firmly, "Perhaps this is the Duke's unique way of defending Western Desert." When he said this, Derek was silent for a long time. Both of them were deep in thought. They followed the group in tacit agreement and allowed the horses to gallop forward without making a sound. A minute later, when the horses began to slow down with the group, Derek sighed with a myriad of emotions and looked at the plains in the distance. Looks like Cohen was not boasting. If I did not come to see you, I would have definitely regretted it. Thales smiled. He was about to thank Chroma, but he did not react immediately. But a few seconds later, Cohen? Thales subconsciously raised his head. He was slightly surprised. You know Cohen? Cohen's stupid Caribbean? Count Chroma turned his head to look at the prince. His expression became warm again. I'm not sure when Cohen had such a unique middle name. Derek thought about it. There was nostalgia and a smile in his eyes. But yes, Cohen is my cousin. We grew up together in Walla Hill. His mother is my father's sister, my aunt. Thales made some calculations. Cohen's mother is Derek's aunt, Caribbean and Chroma. The twin tower longsword and the single-winged crow. Walla Hill and Wingfort. The prince came to a sudden realization. I see. Your families are in-laws. The Count of Wingfort smiled faintly and nodded. 6 years ago, Cohen mentioned you to me for the first time in our correspondence. There was a strange tone in Derek's voice. He said, he was heartbroken, so he took a leave to go sightseeing in the north. Then, in one night, he coincidentally ran into a great and glorious adventure. He followed an extraordinarily intelligent prince, charged into heroic Spirit Palace, fought against Dragon Cloud City at night, defended the Hall of Heroes to the death, fought against the Northlanders, fought against a legend, faced an enemy in the Supreme Class, felt the terror of the calamities, witnessed the descent of the Great Dragon, endured the mutiny of rebels and traitors, suffered the unforgettable betrayal of his companions, blended into the White Blade Guards, encountered the assassination of the king, and witnessed the ascension of the Archduchess to the throne. He advanced bravely in the north, which was filled with powerful enemies, saved Constellation from the brink of destruction, and protected the lives of tens of millions of people in the end. The more he spoke, the more resigned he felt. Even Thales could sense the excitement and eagerness in Derek's words, which made him ramble incoherently. It was practically a mystery and awkwardness on paper. In the end, Cohen complained that even though the Secret Intelligence Department came to his door at night to warn him not to divulge national secrets, his superior did not believe him and refused to give him any leave or travel expenses reimbursement. So, he hoped that I could understand him, Derek pondered for a while. When I received the letter, I was still thinking that perhaps he had indeed been single for too long. You know, delusions and illusions. I mean, it's true that you are young and intelligent, Your Highness, but Northland? Extet? There are so many things. I really doubt. Derek stopped talking and stared straight at Thales. Until now. Thales hesitated for a second before he forced a smile that was both polite and awkward. Cohen. Awesome. After a while, Thales squeezed his fake smile back into the depths of his muscles and coughed. Is Cohen all right? Derek smiled. I think so. He's still at the police station in the capital, doing a job that most nobles can't understand, including my aunt and uncle. Derek shrugged helplessly. You know, they've always been worried about his marriage. For more than 10 years, my aunt was afraid that he would marry his classmate, the warrior lady from the Arund family. Thales squeezed his eyebrows together. Miranda? The prince snickered. Oh no, that's impossible. Derek exhaled. Lady Arund is probably the person Cohen fears the most. That boy once said that he always had this illusion that he would suddenly become stupid in front of Lady Arund. Thales smacked his lips and recalled the way Miranda and Cohen interacted. Yes, that was indeed an illusion. Because he definitely did not suddenly become stupid. But more than 10 years have passed. My aunt doesn't care about that anymore. Derek shook his head. At the same time, he felt amused and helpless. Now, as long as Cohen is willing to marry, she doesn't care if the other party is a warrior, as long as it's a woman. Thales and Derek looked at each other, and they laughed in unison. After a while, Derek's voice became deeper. So, it's true. Cohen said that he fought with the Fire Knight in Heroic Spirit Palace, fought with the legendary anti-mystic equipment, and fought for 300 rounds? The Fire Knight, 300 rounds, the prince felt a headache coming on. My attendant can testify that they fought, but 300 rounds, Thales did not continue. He only smiled sheepishly. Derek's gaze moved, and he nodded in understanding. Then, he said that he faced the Red Witch, who is as famous as Lord Hanson, and faced her persuasion to surrender, and that he would rather die than submit? Faced the Red Witch, neither humble nor arrogant, and would rather die than submit. The prince was stunned and blinked. About this, how should I put it, it's basically not up to the Red Witch to persuade him to surrender, he's that. This time, without waiting for Thales to say anything, the comprehending count raised his eyebrows and seemed to be deep in thought. I get it. Then, he said that he faced the legendary warrior who never aged, the undefeatable ground shaker Caslin, and that he risked his life to fight against him, and that he had to sacrifice an arm, risked his life to fight against him. Thales twitched his lips awkwardly. He about that. Once again, when Thales was still hesitating about what to say, Derek raised his eyebrows in a very considerate manner. Oh. When he saw the Count's expression of sudden realization, Thales suddenly felt guilty for betraying Cohen. That's not right. I'm the one who's telling the truth. But Derek's next sentence made Thales' heart sink. Then, the great dragon? Thales was silent for a while. The scenes of the past reappeared in his mind. It's true. Derek's eyebrows twitched. Count Chroma narrowed his eyes, and he looked rather solemn. This explains why the messenger crows that passed by the north were all late that month 6 years ago. The legend is true, the great dragon spreads its wings, and the sky is forbidden from flying. Derek said softly, then, the calamity? This time, Thales' expression was as calm as still water. He lowered his head. He did not speak. He only gritted his teeth and remained silent for a long time. Derek stared at the prince and did not continue asking questions. The count shook his head and sighed. You know, the first count of Wingfort left behind a record of the calamities he saw. But in my family, there were a few generations who believed that those were just the ravings of an old man before his death. Derek was silent for a while. Then, King Nuvan was killed by the calamities? Thales raised his head. He seemed to see the dawn when thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, and the bloody head that rolled to his feet while wearing a crown. The assassin's flower, young Charlton, and the flying locust blade. The prince said firmly, and Chapman Lampard. Derek drew in a soft breath. The air became so quiet that only the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The count raised his head slowly. You have suffered, your highness. Perhaps many people do not believe it, and even more do not know. Derek let out a long sigh. His gaze was grave, but he was incredibly serious. But I want to say, the entire kingdom, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Thales gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Thank you. The prince nodded stiffly. Count Chroma. But Derek shook his head. Derek. The Count of Wingfort first flashed a warm and friendly smile at the teenager. He then extended his right hand, as if this was the first time he formally introduced himself. This is my name. Thales paused for a moment. He cast a profound glance at Derek before he smiled as well. Of course, Derek. The second prince extended his right hand sincerely and shook Derek's hand. Thales. Their gazes met in the air, and they nodded at each other. Derek let go of the prince's right hand, but his words changed abruptly. From the perspective of a Western desert noble, Thales, I know how Renaissance Palace views us. I also know what we are facing. I also know your sensitive and awkward situation. Derek stared at Thales seriously. Thales also stared back at him seriously. If this were any other time, I might say something like, Western Desert is not your enemy, and neither are the people of Western Desert. Derek sighed. But you are Cohen's friend. Derek's expression was a little sad and resigned. And from the perspective of his cousin and his friend, I have to remind you, Thales. The next moment, Derek lowered his head slightly. A few words that seemed more precious than gold and weaker than a fly popped out from between his teeth. Be careful of Sir Cyril. What? Thales first thought about the name, then he frowned. What do you mean, Duke Fakenhess? What do you mean? Derek was silent for a few seconds before he spoke softly. The Duke is good at manipulating people's hearts, even those who don't like him. Manipulating people's hearts? Thales was stunned for a second. The first person he thought of was the Red Witch in Northland. But Cyril Fakenhas? Unwelcome? Count Bosdorf said that the Duke is equally ambiguous towards everyone. He remains neutral and never takes sides. Derek's expression was unprecedentedly serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. That might be because Sir Cyril, the master of Western Desert, wants him to think that way. The Duke of Western Desert wants him to think that way? Thales was stunned. It must be admitted that from the first minute of their meeting, Derek had impressed him as cautious, thoughtful, tactful, and never out of line. But now, and if Count Bosdorf does not like Lord Cyril, said Derek coldly to him, that's probably because the Duke wants him to dislike me. Thales breathed in a daze. Then, the reason why the Duke is unwelcome, Derek nodded, lowered his voice, and continued the second half of the sentence. Because he doesn't want to be popular. Thales stared at Derek in a daze. He suddenly felt that the person in front of him was different. Wait, if this is true. The impression Duke Fakenhas gave him was also, Thales, perhaps you know that due to historical reasons, my family is quite experienced in the business of taming messenger crows. Derek spoke again. Thales tried his best to shift his attention to the present. Really? The Count of Wingfort said warily, a few months ago, His Majesty and the suzerains of Western Desert came to an agreement. We will send troops to the Alliance of Freedom, Force Extet, and rescue you. Yes, Thales answered instinctively. Derek's gaze became sharp. The week we came to an agreement with His Majesty, my raven whistles detected a few long-distance messenger crows flying north across the border. The week we came to an agreement, flying north across the border, long-distance messenger crows, Thales furrowed his eyebrows. What do you mean? Derek was silent for a few seconds before he said airily, that batch of messenger crows flew very high in the sky, were abnormally vigilant, and were good at hiding. Even with the Raven Whistle Light Cavalier's abilities, we almost missed them. Those are not postal messenger crows that travel between two places, have fixed routes, are inflexible, and have simple training. Instead, they are military messenger crows that are strict, intelligent, agile, know their way around, and will recognize their masters. They are not easy to tame, and the fees are high. Only the rich suzerains can afford them. Military messenger crows, high fees, great suzerains. Thales, expression changed slightly. Thales, someone leaked information about you from the moment you escaped to the moment you returned. Derek's tone was very solemn. Someone leaked information about you to the Northlanders from Constellation. I guess this is why your journey back home was full of accidents. Leaked information about me, my journey back home was full of accidents. Thales, breathing froze for a moment. At that moment, King Chapman's figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. He also remembered King Chapman's sudden visit to Dragoncloud City just to meet Thales. No way, the prince looked up vigilantly. Are you talking about Duke Fakenhas? Derek shook his head. I can't be certain. But Thales, not all of them. Derek narrowed his eyes. His tone was cold, and Thales could not help but clench his fists. In this country, not everyone welcomes your return, Wang Chong said with a smile. At that moment, a few raven whistle-like cavaliers dashed back from the path in front of them. Amidst the endless dust, they brought a message that made people nervous. Be on guard. Sentries are in contact. Multiple cavaliers. What? Derek and Thales looked at each other and frowned at the same time. The Raven's entire troop immediately stopped moving forward. Hundreds of cavaliers reined in their horses at the same time. For a moment, horse hooves thundered and horses neighed. Everyone moved. Quite a number of raven whistlers rushed forward and surrounded the two important figures. Count Derek. Paul also urged his horse to rush over from behind. The air of Brave Soul's castle had a solemn expression, but the Count of Wingfort remained calm. Don't be nervous. The Raven Whistlers are elite scouts. This is only the first message. It proves that the other party is at least a few miles away. Soon, they will confirm their identities. Their confident questions were mixed with the countless sounds of horse hooves, and it made Thales feel much more at ease. Soon, the second and third messages arrived. The new information made the three nobles feel even more solemn. 25 cavaliers. No flags. Identity unknown. Refuse to respond. They are between light cavaliers and heavy cavaliers. They are well-equipped and skilled. The report from the Raven Whistlers in the sky. There are more troops behind them. More cavaliers and infantrymen. Hundreds and thousands. More? Hundreds and thousands? Thales was shocked. Derek and Paul looked at each other. Their expressions grew darker. Who would bring an army to the prince's side at this time? Paul said coldly, "Do we need to gather our main force?" "Stay calm," Derek replied in a steady manner. "This number does not eliminate the possibility that it is Constellation's own army. Let the 20 or so cavaliers come first, and everything will be clear." "Our army." Thales pursed his lips tightly. But he could not help but recall Derek's words just now. In this kingdom, not everyone welcomes your return. Not everyone, the prince's heart sank. It can't be. Please, I've already entered the land of Constellation and stepped onto the great path of blessings. There can't be any more accidents. Usually, whatever Thales worried about would come true. This time, the damned fate seemed to have heard his worries again. A few minutes later, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The uninvited guests arrived in front of them under the watchful eyes of the Raven Whistlers. Derek's Raven Whistler was right. This was a group of 25 cavaliers. The symbols and emblems on their bodies were covered by dust-proof cloaks, which were commonly seen in Western Desert, but their muscles were strong and their gazes were sharp. They rode on tall horses with pure and bright fur, which was rarely seen in Western Desert. Their cloaks were bulging, and it was obvious that they carried weapons with them. The arrival of these cavaliers caused the atmosphere in the prince's group to become extremely tense. The cavaliers stopped in front of the carriage silently and neatly. They stared coldly at the Raven Whistlers in the distance. "Who are they? Our own people?" Thales asked, puzzled. Derek stared at the uninvited guests and nodded. "We will know." Paul stared at the group of cavaliers who did not look like they were to be trifled with. He frowned. "Do you need me to summon the Black Lion Infantry Regiment at the back?" But the Count of Wingfort only shook his head. In the next second, Derek urged his horse forward and spoke loudly. "Those who come, report your names." In a fraction of a second, a knight led the group out in silence and arrived in front of the Raven Guard's formation. Along the way, the group of 25 cavaliers did not make any discordant noise. The knight who stood out from the group had chestnut-colored hair and a face with gentle lines. Even though he had stubble on his chin, he looked to be in his 30s. He was not much older than Derek, and his calm brown eyes seemed to always be calm and peaceful. "I was thinking that you might recognize me, Count Chroma. Now, it seems that I was just hoping too much." The chestnut-haired knight stopped his steed. He sighed softly, as if he felt a little regretful. 6 years ago we met in the palace." Derek's eyebrows twitched slightly. "I don't remember meeting you." In the palace 6 years ago? Thales thought of something. The chestnut-haired knight smiled faintly, unconcerned. He waved his hand to signal to a blonde knight beside him. His actions were elegant and natural. You should at least recognize Doyle. His family is related to all of you. When he said this, Thales did not have much of a reaction, but Paul's expression changed. Doyle? Derek, that's one of the 7 servant clans. Derek shook his head coldly. That's just what he said. Who knows if he's just putting on an act? Once he finished speaking, the Count of Wingfort turned his head around and shouted, Knight, why are you here? The chestnut-haired knight exchanged a glance with his companions before he turned his head around and replied, We are here under orders to welcome and escort Prince Thales. I am very grateful for your help, Count, but your mission has ended. From now on, we will be in charge of His Highness. He still looked as relaxed as ever. Escort me? Or kidnap me? A thought appeared in the prince's mind. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and began to size up the chestnut-haired knight. The chestnut-haired knight lifted the reins and moved forward on his horse. His posture was elegant, and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Strange. Why are his riding posture and equipment so familiar? Thales wanted to call out to Yodel in secret, but he was surrounded by raven whistlers. Derek and Paul were also nearby, so it was difficult for him to find a chance. Damn it! What's going on? In the next second, Count Derek swung his right hand resolutely. In the next second, nearly 100 elite raven whistlers from the Chroma family moved at the same time. They lifted their crossbows and aimed at the chestnut-haired knight before them. They were neat and uniform, and their might was intimidating. The gaze of the knight at the front changed. Thales, who was still thinking, quickly spoke when he saw this change. Derek? But before he could say anything else, the chestnut-haired knight in the formation quickly raised his hands and spoke hastily. The chestnut-haired knight, who was exposed to more than 100 arrows, spoke faster. His expression became slightly more serious, but his eyes were as indifferent as ever. Relax, Count, will you? Relax so that you know that I came for peace. Even though he raised his hand to show weakness, the knight's posture was respectful and appropriate. He chose his words carefully, and he appeared neither servile nor overbearing. As the chestnut-haired knight raised his hand, his cloak lifted a little. Thales stared at the silver-white armor that was exposed under the cloak. He still found it a little familiar. But the sharp-eyed Thales also noticed that the chestnut-haired knight was not the only one who looked indifferent in the face of more than 100 crossbows. Even the cloaked cavaliers around him did not move. They stared coldly at the raven whistle light cavaliers across from them. It was as if they were used to it. Came for peace? Derek snorted coldly. He did not buy it. What about the hundreds of soldiers behind you? Did they come for peace as well? They did not kidnap us. Besides, behind us, the chestnut-haired knight paused for a moment before he understood something. The knight came to a realization. He nodded in agreement. Oh, right, Chroma family. You are the ones who rear crows. The heavens have eyes. Derek snorted coldly. So, just who are you? The chestnut-haired knight exhaled heavily. All right. You won, Count. I am a man of peace after all. The knight smiled faintly and flicked his cloak. His calm eyes suddenly became sharp and astute. It was as if he was shrouded in a strange and dangerous mountain that was shrouded in fog. I am Tormund Malos. The chestnut-haired knight had a pleasant voice. His tone was elegant, and there was even a certain rhythm to it. The kingdom's royal knight, Constellation's honorary lord, and His Majesty's loyal vassal. Malos looked up. His gaze pierced through the crowd as if it had a certain charm to it. It landed accurately on the 14-year-old boy among the raven whistle light cavaliers. At the moment they exchanged glances, Thales shuddered. He remembered. He had indeed seen the set of equipment on the boy before. But it was 6 years ago, in Mindy's hall. When he saw Thales frown, Malos grinned faintly. Thanks to His Majesty's kindness and the trust of his colleagues. The knight nodded slightly on his horse. He placed his right palm in front of his chest to signal to himself. His etiquette was impeccable. "I am the royal guards of Constellation." Mallows revealed the special silver armor under his cloak, along with the iron armor and steel sword. He bowed slightly on his horse and uttered a title that Thales found both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Legacy Watchman. Chapter 505. The chestnut-haired knight's self-introduction made everyone quiet for a while. He sat calmly on his horse and allowed everyone to size him up. He did not care about the fact that dozens of mounted crossbows were still aimed at him. Royal guards? Watchmen? Thales began to observe the knight who called himself the watchman of the royal guards again. He could not help but compare him to Zacriel. He did not give off an oppressive feeling like Zacriel, and his expression was not as determined and bitter as the Knight of Judgments. On the contrary, even if he wore armor, Mallows still looked gentle and elegant. He looked more like a rich playboy than an elite guard. Tormund Mallows? A few seconds later, as he mulled over the name, Derek's gaze became sharp. Paul frowned by the side. Derek, this name, Derek nodded. He said something to his personal guard captain, and the raven whistlers in the area put away their aggressive ballistae. The atmosphere became a little better, but Derek did not seem to relax. He turned around and asked Thales. He turned his head around and asked Thales, "Do you know these people?" Thales suppressed the urge to sigh. "Please, I just returned to the country." But the prince still nodded. "Let's take a look." He was about to lift the reins and move forward, but Derek pressed down on his arm. "No, Thales." Count Chroma's expression was solemn. "If they are fake, then you should not have any contact with them. If they are real, then you are in an awkward position. Regardless of whether you want us to leave or make us stay, it will not be appropriate for you to say anything." Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the other man's serious gaze. "So, I will speak up," Derek said in a low voice and let go of the prince's arm. The Count of Wingfort turned to Mallows. "You said that you are the watchman of the royal guards. But based on what I know, the position of watchman has been vacant for many years. The last one was before the Bloody Year. And the watchman has an extraordinary status. He has always been a person of virtue and prestige." Before Derek could finish speaking, he was interrupted by someone behind Mallows. "Your information is outdated, Count of the Western Desert." The knight who spoke had short brown hair. He had a stern face, and he seemed to be very displeased with the Count's questioning. "Lord Mallows was promoted to watchman a year ago. Whether it is His Majesty, Lord Adrian, or even the entire Imperial Conference, they all recognize his qualifications and abilities. A year ago." Thales saw Derek's expression change. "Then, why didn't Lord Adrian or Lord Talon lead the team?" The Earl of Wingfort asked suspiciously. The corners of Mallows' lips curled up, but Thales felt that his smile was a little superficial. "The captain and vice-captain have important responsibilities, and it is not convenient for them to leave Renaissance Palace." The knight who called himself the Royal Guard gestured at the 24 cavaliers behind him. "And this is the task that His Majesty specially assigned to us." Mallows maintained his polite smile. "On behalf of His Majesty, I thank Western Wilderness for their help, but your mission has been accomplished." Mallows swept his gaze over every soldier in the Western Desert. His voice grew deeper, and it was unquestionable. "From now on, we will be fully responsible for all matters related to the prince's return. You can go home now." The surrounding raven whistlers were in an uproar. Derek and Paul frowned when they heard the other party's words, which were polite on the surface but sharp on the inside. Even Thales sighed to himself. They were trying to stir up trouble. "This is a team formed by Derek Chroma from Wingfort, Paul Bosdorf from Brave Souls Fort, and 28 families from Western Desert," Derek said slowly and repeated his identity. Derek opened his mouth slowly and repeated his identity. Thales could hear the dissatisfaction in his words. "We are escorting Prince Thales." "If what you said is true, Lord Mallows," Derek said expressionlessly, "then I will not be stingy in welcoming all of you into our team. Then, I will not be stingy in welcoming you to join our group until we reach Eternal Star City and meet the officials from Renaissance Palace." A golden-haired knight behind Mallows snorted in laughter. Everyone looked at him. "From what I know, 6 years ago, Black Sand Region's Chapman Lampard also insisted on sending soldiers to escort Prince Thales to Dragon Cloud City. The blonde knight looked at them in amusement. He had a dignified appearance, but he shook his head. Guess what happened down there? Derek and Paul were stunned for a moment before they instinctively looked at Thales. As someone who had experienced it personally, Thales' face instantly darkened. The leader, Mallows, coughed loudly. Doyle, do not talk about national affairs. The knight named Doyle raised his eyebrows. His tone was relaxed. Of course. Whatever you say. Mallows coughed. Also, be friendly. According to the family records, Count Chroma is your. Mallows' words stopped at the tip of his tongue. But Doyle quickly continued his sentence in a practiced manner. The cousin of my grandmother's brother-in-law's grandnephew? What? His words stunned Derek as well. The hall was silent for a few seconds. Doyle smiled and shrugged at the Count of Wingfort. Oh, is that so? Mallows frowned and sighed. He seemed to be troubled by this relationship as well. Derek no longer cared about the teasing between them. He took a deep breath. You did not follow common sense and send messengers to communicate first. Your identities are still questionable, but you want to take the prince away right away. For safety reasons, I cannot take the risk. Mallows listened to his words and did not reply immediately. Instead, he pondered for a while. After a while, he made a decision. Let's be frank, Count. Mallows cleared his throat. His expression turned from one of indifference to one of seriousness. I know what you are concerned about. You want the entire capital to see you enter Eternal Star City with Prince Thales. You want all of Constellation to know the relationship between the nobles in Western Desert, the prince, and the future king. It's not about the prince's safety. Derek and Thales' expressions changed. Mallows squeezed his cheeks with a fake smile. And my job is to stop you. The moment Mallows' voice faded, Derek's expression turned cold. The hall sank into an oppressive silence again. The Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers stared at the uninvited guests with hostile gazes. Paul said something, and dozens of Black Lion infantry rushed over from the back. They skillfully coordinated with the positions of the Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers and formed a formation. Mallows and his knights might be the side with fewer people, but their gazes were bright, and they refused to show weakness. This gave Thales a headache. Finally, Derek spoke softly while he pondered. All right, at least you are straightforward and honest. Mallows and his eyes met in the air, exuding invisible pressure. Derek narrowed his eyes. What if we say no? He stared at the people who called themselves the Royal Guards and sized up everything from their mounts to their equipment. There was a threatening tone in his voice. You and your companions, what can you do? When he said this, the oppressive atmosphere instantly became tense. The companions behind Mallows even lifted their cloaks at the same time and placed their hands on their weapons. But just when Thales was wondering whether he should say something, Mallows only turned his head around and gave his companions a look to calm them down. I must admit that I am inexperienced and limited in my abilities. The knight with chestnut hair turned his head around. His tone was calm and peaceful. When we face your Raven Whistle-like Cavaliers, who have both numbers and combat power, I am indeed not confident. Paul snorted beside Thales. Derek did not say a word. But Mallows smiled faintly, and his smile was a little resigned. But you know, if anything were to happen to us, to His Majesty's loyal personal guards, who protect his reputation, in the next second, Mallows' tone remained the same, and his smile remained the same, but the content of his words was different. An hour later, while we are still on our way to the rear, 900 soldiers from the Kingdom's Wrath in rotation from the Central Royal Army, and 1,000 soldiers from the Fortress Flower in rotation from the Northern Territory including nearly 300 cavaliers, will speed up once they receive the news. They will outflank me from behind, and with their advantage in numbers and experience, they will force all of you back to the nearest supply point, Blessings Town. Thales was stunned. Paul's face turned pale. Derek also frowned hard. Mallows patted his steed gently to calm its anxiety caused by the hostility from the other side, but he continued speaking. 2 hours later, Blade Fang's camp will receive the news that the active Western Desert Royal Army, take note, these are the 3,000 to 4,000 active soldiers. They are the elite main force, and among them are 1,000 to 2,000 cavaliers. They will attack from the camp under the legendary Wing's lead and attack Blessings Town from the west. They will strive to surround our allies before dusk. Derek and Paul looked at each other and exchanged worried looks. Mallow's tone was neither loud nor soft. His tone was erratic, and his attitude was relaxed, as if he was talking about his daily life. But the Raven Whistlers and Black Lion Infantry were obviously affected, and they began to whisper to each other. And before nightfall, the soldiers in rotation from the 3 regular armies and active duty soldiers, including quite a number of elites from the 3 great guards of Wrath, Starlight, and Stardust, will surround you from both sides and turn you, along with Blessings Town, into history-teaching materials for Western Desert and even the Kingdom. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Mallow's tone became teasing, and his posture became even more indifferent, but the words he said were even more direct. But since the Kingdom's wrath and the Fortress Flower have not come personally, the highest commander here is the legendary Wing. Then, I guess that only Blessings Town will become history-teaching materials, but all of you will not. Congratulations, because all of you, or perhaps only those who are beautiful enough, will join William's Museum of Human Heads and add color to his art collection. Thales remembered something, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Paul could not stand it anymore. But Derek held him down. Mallows used a whistle to appease his steed. He did not even look in front of him, but he continued to speak in an orderly manner. And 2 days later, this big news will spread throughout the kingdom. After the chaos in Blade Fang's camp, the terrifying orcs and Baron Bone people penetrated the line of defense and encountered the team escorting the prince back to his kingdom. The loyal elites from Wing Fort and Brave Souls Fort protected the prince with their lives, and they defended Blessings Town for a day and a night. 2 young talents from the Chroma family and the Bosdorf family were loyal, but unfortunately died in battle. But at least all of you died protecting the prince. He finally raised his head and looked at the gloomy Derek. He even shook his shoulders. So, His Majesty wrote a memorial for all of you with tears streaming down his face, and he built a monument for all of you. From then on, he worked hard to spread the kingdom's blessings to the unfortunate nobles like you, so that they could feel the light of Constellation together. The prince was grateful, and he will remember your loyalty and passion for him for the rest of his life. Mallows narrowed his eyes. Then, from that day onwards, the citizens of the western desert of the kingdom were freed from the threat of the desert. Blade Fang's camp regained its vitality, and the suzerains who inherited the land were much more merciful, wise, loyal, and kind compared to their predecessors. The king's blessings benefited the people, and everyone lived in peace and contentment. They lived happily for eternity. How is it? When he finished speaking, the place fell into a dead silence. Quite a number of Raven Whistlers and infantrymen began to turn to look at their suzerains. Paul was so angry that he trembled. Derek's expression became even more unpleasant. Good story. The Count of Wing Fort spoke coldly. His voice was a little distorted, and his gaze when he looked at Mallows also changed. But the problem is, how confident are you that you can survive and go back to inform the prince of our 500 Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers' pursuit? In the next moment, the Raven Whistlers did not need to be instructed. They lifted their bows and aimed at their target in unison. Thales felt a chill in his heart. At the most tense moment, Mallows smiled. When he faced Derek's malicious gaze, he lifted his cloak, held his sword hilt with his right hand, and pressed his left hand on a shield by the side of the saddle. Indeed, the chances are very low. Perhaps. Mallows narrowed his eyes. His tone made him sound very uncertain. 55? In the next moment, the 24 men behind Mallows changed their demeanor. They pressed their hands on their swords and raised their shields in unison. Hey everyone! Thales could not hold it in anymore. He shouted loudly while he stood up on his saddle. He moved past the Raven Whistlers who blocked him completely. Before you draw your swords, please remember that I am still here. The prince waved his hand desperately to attract everyone's attention. He hoped that he could reduce their hostility towards each other a little. Fortunately, it was somewhat effective. The place became quiet, and not a single sound could be heard. Most of the people looked at the teenager. Derek understood what the prince meant. He put on a stern face and made his soldiers put away their hostility on the surface. Mallows stared at Thales and remained silent for a long time. Thales gave him an awkward smile. He sensed his slightly numb bowed legs while he stood on the horse. "Thank you, sirs. We can talk properly now." So, Mallows looked at Thales and pondered for a while. He put on a puzzled expression. "Who are you again?" Thales' smile instantly froze. "What?" His eyelids began to twitch. A second later, when he saw Thales' expression, the corners of Mallows' lips curled up. "Ha ha." The knight with chestnut hair laughed loudly. "It's just a joke. Don't mind it." Before Thales could react, Mallows put away his smile and put on a stern expression. He pressed his hand against his chest and bowed respectfully on his horse. "Your Highness Thales, Watchman of the Royal Guards, Tormund Mallows. By His Majesty's orders, my colleagues and I will be honored to become your personal guards." As the leader moved, the 24 cavaliers behind him moved in unison and bowed on their horses. From this moment onwards until the very last moment. Wow! As he watched their salute and attitude, Thales, who originally wanted them to recite the Royal Guard's oath, began to believe in their identities a little. "Oh, thank you, Tormund." Mallows. Thales, who was constantly switching between embarrassment and gratification, could not handle such a situation. He laughed dryly and waved his hand to signal for them to stand up. "But now, calm down. This is not a big problem. We will definitely be able to reach a consensus." But Mallows seemed to be intentionally making him worry. "Yes, it's time to get rid of the life of living under someone else's roof, stay away from ambitious people who harbor ill intentions, and return to the protection of your family." As he said this, Mallows, who had straightened his body, cast a glance at Derek by accident. His words made Derek very angry. "I believe that the prince is wise enough and does not need others to bewitch and guide him." Mallows smiled. "Then hurry up, Count. Do you want to fight or surrender? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for His Majesty's commendation?" Both parties' gazes became sharp again, just like the weapons in their hands. Thales, who had wasted all his previous efforts, fell on his saddle. He felt pain in his head and buttocks. But at that moment, Thales heard something. "Derek." Beside Thales, Paul's expression changed. That is, the Count of Wingfort's side suddenly burst into a commotion. Rumble. Soon, Thales also saw it. Behind the royal guards, a few big flags appeared on the Avenue of Blessings. They were accompanied by indistinct figures and the rising and falling of horse hooves. "Someone is coming." The flag of fury. Derek stared into the distance. He looked a little disappointed. It's the regular Central Army stationed at the borders of Eternal Star City. It's directly under the kingdom's wrath. Thales' expression changed. The Raven Whistlers and infantrymen began to whisper to each other. And the Starlight War flag. Thales stared at the flag he had seen before. It's the regular army in the Northern Territory under the Fortress Flower, and it's stationed at Broken Dragon Fortress. Derek's expression became even more unpleasant. "Looks like he didn't lie," Derek said sarcastically. He waved his hand and got rid of the Raven Whistler's attacking stance. "How exciting!" Paul did as he was told, but at the same time, he said hesitantly, "Maybe they're here to support the Western front lines and defend against Blade Fang's camp?" Derek snorted softly. "Then they came really quickly. How many days has it been since the incident at the camp?" Thales wisely did not interrupt. Soon, the group in the distance arrived before them. It was a cavalier troop of nearly 100 men. They carried different flags, and they surrounded a carriage with 2 horses in the center. They arrived beside the royal guards. Their movements were not as swift and fierce as the royal guards, and their mounts were not as well equipped as the royal guards, but they won in terms of uniformity and order. "This is great." The blonde Doyle sighed. "The person in charge is here." Soon, under the crowd's gazes, the simple carriage of the new troops stopped beside the royal guards. A gentle and steady voice traveled steadily from the carriage. "Good morning, everyone." As he listened to this voice, Thale's breathing slowly quickened. "You are walking a little too fast, Lord Mallows." The person in the carriage seemed to be resigned. "Count Roth has been complaining about this journey of traveling day and night. It will drain the soldier's stamina." Mallows twitched the corners of his mouth when he was questioned. He turned his horse around. "Fortunately, you are not walking slowly either, Your Grace." His tone was as indifferent as ever, but he nodded at the carriage out of habit. "I was worried that I would be mistaken as a kidnapper." In the next second, as laughter spread, the owner of the carriage pushed open the carriage door and stepped on the ground. At the moment he saw the person who came, Thales slowly exhaled and became completely at ease. It was as if a journey he had started a long time ago had finally come to an end. "It's all right, Derek." Thales subconsciously comforted the Count of Wingfort, and he could not help but curl up his lips. "We are fine now." The person who came down from the carriage still walked with steady steps, and his posture was cordial. He held the cane he was used to, and he ignored the hostile situation between both parties. He naturally came to Mallow's side and stared at Thales from afar. His gaze lasted for a few seconds, and it was a mixture of eagerness, surprise, regret, and other emotions. The place became quiet. No one spoke. The prince calmly endured the other person's gaze. But when he instinctively wanted to smile, Thales realized that his cheeks were a little stiff. Finally, the person who came over let out a long sigh and revealed a gratified smile. "You look very spirited." The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. "My young sir." At the moment he heard this form of address, Thales only felt his ears echo, and he felt as if he had returned to the past. But this time, Thales quietly stared at the middle-aged noble in front of him. He noticed that even though the man's smile was the same as before and he was polite, there were already stars at his temples. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were even more obvious, and the skin on his face was sunken and loose. Even his body had become much more hunched due to the gift of time. Thales felt his heart sink a little. But in the end, he still took a deep breath and put away his uncontrollable expression. He suppressed the countless emotions that rose from the bottom of his heart and tried his best to speak softly in the calmest, most proactive, and most relaxed manner. "I am very happy to see you again." The prince's smile was brilliant. "Gilbert." It was very quiet around them. No one from either side made a sound. Then, the middle-aged noble, the cunning fox of Constellation, Honorary Count Gilbert Casso, nodded slowly. "Me too, young sir." There was a clear rise and fall in Gilbert's voice. "I mean, Your Highness." His words were cut off midway. Gilbert first raised his head, blinked a few times, and took a few deep breaths. Finally, his tone returned to normal. "Me too." Both of them did not say much during the brief reunion. They only exchanged a few simple greetings before they looked away. "Good morning." On the other side, Derek nodded slightly at Gilbert with a stern expression. His tone was respectful and solemn, which was completely different from when he spoke to the prince. "Count Casso." Gilbert responded with a smile. He was cordial and down to earth. "Count Chroma. I am very happy to see that you have a close relationship with His Highness." The cunning fox of Constellation might be standing on the ground, but no one would think that he was at a disadvantage. "And you must be Count Bosdorf's representative?" Paul's face was dark by the side. "Sir." Gilbert smiled politely, just as he always did. "Of course." With Gilbert's arrival, Mallows returned to the careless and indifferent attitude he had when they first met. He seemed to intend to let the honorary count handle all the negotiations. As it turned out, there was no problem with his choice. Derek sighed. He was about to speak, but in the next second, the cunning fox of Constellation beat him to it. "Your Highness, my lords." Gilbert nodded at each commander. His smile was warm and friendly. "Since you are all here and there are so many witnesses, I will start straight away." Paul, who was watching the regular soldiers of the royal family warily, frowned. Even Thales was stunned for a moment. "Start?" Paul turned his head around in puzzlement. "Derek?" But Derek only shook his head. In the next moment, Gilbert's expression became stern. He used his arm to clamp down on his cane and brought out an exquisitely decorated scroll from his bosom. It was not small, and he opened it in a familiar and elegant manner. Derek's eyebrows twitched. At the back of the scroll was the emblem of the nine-pointed star. Gilbert cleared his throat. "May the sunset goddess protect us, and the previous kings bear witness." He stood tall and straight, and his posture was relaxed. His voice was loud and clear, and there was an awe-inspiring presence that was restrained but could not be ignored. The legitimate descendant of the final empire, the successor of Tormund, the king of Renaissance, the master of the Rudalians and Northlanders in the Western Peninsula, the conqueror of the dragon skeleton throne and the desert god's altar, the protector of the sacred tree and Serra Dukedom, the defender of Steel City and the Alliance of Freedom, the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Southern Islands, and the Western Desert, Kessel the Jade Star V, hereby announces to all the citizens of Constellation and all those who stand before this decree. The people in the area moved slightly, and they started whispering to each other in hushed tones. Gilbert did not care about them. He only stared at the scroll in his hands with a stern and respectful expression. On the 19th of the 8th lunar month, the year 679 of Constellation's calendar of eradication, in the 18th year of the reign of the Honorable King Kessel V, after thorough and detailed consideration, he will enthusiastically give praise and reward to a gentleman who has achieved enough merits and is of a suitable status. Gilbert paused for a moment, as if he was waiting for something. He looked around him. Thale's breathing began to quicken. Everyone quietened down. When it was completely quiet, the cunning fox opened his mouth again and read the name. Thale's Sedated Star. At that moment, Derek, Paul, Mallows, and the others all had different expressions. Thales, who had expected it, took a deep breath. He no longer knew what expression he should have. This noble and knight sacrificed his rights as a prince in a noble manner over the past 6 years. He bravely protected the safety of the northern border, selflessly protected the welfare of millions of subjects, and respectfully protected the dignity of Constellation. When he reached this part, Gilbert's voice rose and fell in cadence, and his emotions rose and fell. He paused again and took a deep breath. Under the complicated, surprised, excited, and nervous gazes of the people in the area, he announced in a clear voice, because of this, he and his legal heir will be granted the hereditary authority over Star Lake Castle and the towns and lands affiliated to it by His Majesty. They will also bear the glorious duty of paying taxes and conscription. The Duke of Star Lake. At that moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Countless gazes moved away from Gilbert at the same time. In the end, they landed on the teenager on the horse. Thales only stared at Gilbert in a daze. What? He had nothing to say to that, and he could not express his emotions. This agreement and this declaration will be witnessed by everyone in the kingdom. It will be implemented immediately, and it will never be broken. Gilbert looked at the reactions of the people in the area with satisfaction. He slowly put away the scroll and revealed a smile again. That is all. A few seconds later, as the first stifled voice rose, life returned to this part of the Avenue of Blessings. Derek closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. Paul looked at Thales with a very strange expression. Mallows exchanged glances with his fellow guards. They were still as relaxed as before. The official announcement will be sent to all of Constellation through a public edict. Gilbert looked at the Count of Wingfort in a friendly manner. Of course, it will also include all of Western Desert and your territories. Derek tightened his grip on the reins. He did not open his eyes. Now, Count Chroma and you, Paul. Gilbert had his signature, impeccable smile on his face. For the first time, he looked at the hundreds of Raven Whistle-like cavaliers with an astonishing presence. His expression was one of concern. I believe that the Duke of Star Lake will welcome all of you to join his group and enjoy your company. Thales instinctively looked at Derek. The Count of Wingfort still had his eyes closed. He was silent for a long time. A few seconds later, Derek slowly opened his eyes. No, there is no need. I believe that our mission has been completed, Paul. This time, Derek's expression was extremely cold, and his words were pale. "It is time to go." Gilbert did not say anything. He only curled up the corners of his lips again. He nodded elegantly and appropriately to show that he understood. Thales stared at him in a daze. He did not know what to do. Derek sighed and made a gesture. The Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers reacted as quickly as a flock of startled crows. They reined in their horses, turned around, and left the spot. Rumble. For a period of time, the horses galloped back and forth on the road, and dust flew everywhere. Paul could only rein in his horse and leave, even though his heart was filled with reluctance. Derek stopped for a moment. Amid the piercing sounds of horse hooves, he extended his palm to Thales. The prince, who had not registered what was going on, instinctively grabbed Derek's hand, but Derek pulled him forward. "Take care, Your Highness." Derek's grip was very strong. With a stern expression, he moved closer to the prince's ear. "Then, Thales," he whispered, "please remember our promise." Thales was stunned. "Promise?" he asked in puzzlement. "Yes." This time, Derek's voice was deep and sonorous, just like his expression. "6 years ago, when your carriage left the capital and headed north to Extet, the master of the single-winged crow, the Count of Wing Fort, whispered into the teenager's ear. The promise we made to you. 6 years ago, left the capital, went north to Extet, their promise." At that moment, Thales was stunned when he remembered something. Thales raised his head swiftly and looked at him in surprise. "All of you?" The Count let go of Thales' hand. With a determined expression, he nodded heavily. "It is still valid." In the next moment, before Thales could react, Derek clamped down on his horse's abdomen. With a furious shout, he turned his horse around and gathered with his head crow. He galloped away. Rumble. Thales rode alone on his horse and stared at Derek's back in a daze. On the other side, Mallows raised his eyebrows and waved his hand as well. The royal guards and regular soldiers caught up to the prince and crowded around him. Rumble. The endless sounds of horse hooves gathered into 2 waves. One of them left and the other entered. But Thales was still stunned where he stood. The teenager was a little dazed by the continuous barrage of news. He could only lower his head. His mind was in a mess, and he relied on his ears to sense everything around him. Behind him, the black mass of Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers and Black Lion Army left his side. They turned left together, and after making a semicircle, they returned to their original path. As their footsteps rumbled like war drums, they created endless dark and deep waves. Thump, thump, thump. In front of him, a group of bright royal guards and regular soldiers charged towards him from his right. They filled up the empty space beside him. Their hooves danced in the air, and their armor shone brightly. They intersected with each other, creating a dazzling, cold light. From the sky, it looked like 2 raging torrents of black and white colors collided head-on in a spectacular vortex. They separated the moment they touched the center of the circle. The waves surged, but they were clearly separated. Only Thales was different. He was like a barely visible dot on the ground. He stood at the center of the 2 huge waves in a daze. He welcomed the 2 huge waves tearing him apart. He was independent. He was at a loss. He was insignificant. He did not know how much time had passed. A familiar and gentle voice rose beside his ears. "Now, please come with me." Thales raised his head in a daze. Honorable Gilbert was right in front of him. His eyes were sparkling, and his tone was fluctuating as he spoke of the new title in front of him. Duke Thales. M. Chapter 506. Unbelievable. Gilbert's voice rose and fell as the carriage moved forward. Thales, who sat in front of him, leaned against the carriage wall quietly. He looked at his teacher whom he had been separated from for 6 years, and all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. "I still remember, young sir, when we parted ways 6 years ago, you were still a child." Aside from his slightly agitated breathing, Gilbert's posture and etiquette were still appropriate and elegant, as if he was carved from the mold of a noble. Thales shrugged and smiled. Perhaps I am not just a child. Of course. Gilbert smiled knowingly. Of course you are not just a child. However, look at you now. Gilbert stared at him closely. He was gratified and moved, and he could not help but look him up and down. You have grown up. His voice rose and fell. 14 years old. According to the standards of the empire, you are already a real adult. You can fight with a sword, marry a wife, and have children. Fight, marry a wife, and have children at the age of 14? Thales scratched his head. About this, as the times change and society advances, I believe that we need to discuss it further. Gilbert laughed heartily as he looked at him. The carriage wheels rolled, and the two of them were silent for a while. Then Gilbert sighed. So, it has been 6 years, Your Highness. Is everything all right? How is the North? Is everything all right? How is the North? Thales had imagined many scenes of reuniting with his old friends. He had also imagined how he would add fuel to the fire and complain about the terrible food in Northland, the cold temperature in Heroic Spirit Palace, the dim-witted little rascal, the annoying female official gangs, the foolish star killer, the cunning Leespan, the damned Lampard, the gluttonous Ida, the bored eyes of his 2 attendants as they argued. He even imagined pouring out all his pain, unhappiness, and complaints in one go. The extension's strange gazes, the Northland teacher's sarcastic demeanor, the outdoor class's use of their power to avenge personal grudges, the incessant surveillance, and the unreasonable searches, but when it came to it and the words were at the tip of his tongue, Thales put away his memories and smiled brightly. You know, it is the North. The prince shrugged in a relaxed manner. His smile was warm and calm. It is very northern. Gilbert did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared at him for a long time. His gaze was focused on the teenager's sunny smile. He seemed to have read something. Yes, Your Highness. A few seconds later, Gilbert answered softly, Northlanders, Northerners. I've negotiated with them. I know. Gilbert's gaze was calm and gentle, but for some unknown reason, Thales had the misconception that there was a heavy burden on him and he could not bear it. Silence reigned in the carriage, and for a moment there was only the sound of hoofbeats outside. Thales took another deep breath. How about you, Gilbert? And Eternal Star City and Constellation? For the past 6 years? When Gilbert heard this, he paused for a moment before he slowly gripped his cane. Oh, I'm getting old. I'm not as good at writing as I used to be. I'm taking more and more carriages. Every day, the scribe's secretary's writing is getting bigger and bigger. Thales listened quietly and stared at Gilbert, who seemed to have aged 6 years. 6 years ago, they also sat in the same carriage on the road to Renaissance Palace. 6 years later, Gilbert turned his head and smiled faintly. Apart from that, it's still the same. Working, living, breathing, and waiting. He paused for a second and looked into Thales' eyes. Your return. Thales froze. For a period of time, he was speechless. He did not know what to do. Gilbert's expression darkened. I cannot imagine how much hardship you went through in Extet. He stared at his cane, and he spoke rudely, which was rare for him. Cursed Northlander, it should have only been a few weeks. Then, you would have returned safely and returned to our care. I still remember telling you that everything would be fine, but Thales could not bear to see this happen. Gilbert leaned against his cane, lowered his head, and sighed. We have failed in our duties and dragged you into this. Thales shook his head at him, but the Foreign Affairs Minister continued to speak. There was guilt in his voice. From King Nuvan to the calamities, and then to Black Sand region. Just reading about it in the letter is enough to make me tremble, but experiencing it personally, Thales had to interrupt him loudly. Gilbert trembled slightly before he stopped talking. The prince smiled. Hey, I made it through. Gilbert looked at him quietly. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on his face. The cunning fox of Constellation showed fatigue, which was rare for him when he was the prince's teacher. You made it through. From the north. I made it through. He nodded slowly, but it was obvious that he was absent-minded. Thales suddenly noticed that Gilbert's energy and focus were not as good as before. Sensing the fluctuations in Gilbert's emotions, Thales had no choice but to change the topic. So, what about them? The people who stayed in Dragon Cloud City? Putre, Ralph, and that Ida, and Waya? When he heard this name, Gilbert seemed to have suddenly woken up. Do not worry, even though they still need to stay in Dragon Cloud City for a while. But since the most important thing is that you have returned safely, there is no meaning for Dragon Cloud City or Black Sand region to detain your followers. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. A few seconds later, the teenager suddenly said, Gilbert, ensure that they are safe. Make sure your son comes back safely. The prince raised his head and said seriously, without them, I would not have been able to last until now. Gilbert was slightly taken aback. Thales exhaled. If there is a need, I can write a letter and have someone pass it directly to Archduchess Walton. I have some connections with her. Gilbert stared at him quietly before he smiled. The wrinkles on his face were clearly visible. Your Highness. The Foreign Affairs Minister looked at him with a smile. They will be fine. As long as you are fine. And my son will definitely know this. Thales raised his head and returned the smile. He nodded. Gilbert seemed to have realized something. He took a few deep breaths and composed his emotions. He returned to being the professional and dignified Foreign Affairs Minister, the cunning fox of Constellation, Count Gilbert Casso. I have many things to say to you, Your Highness, but a polite smile appeared on Gilbert's face again. Since you have returned, there are too many things that need to be arranged. The welcoming banquet for the prince's return, your complete team of instructors and advisors, of course, you need to consider the prince's needs, and also fit the status of a duke. Oh, right, the dignity of the Duke of Star Lake. When Thales heard the last sentence, his expression darkened. In fact, I was just about to ask about this. Thales' expression became very serious. Even Gilbert subconsciously put away his smile. The Duke of Star Lake. The prince enunciated each word clearly, and he looked at his teacher with a puzzled expression. Gilbert, what do you mean by this? Gilbert paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. A few seconds later, he smiled faintly. Please do not worry, Your Highness. This is a good thing. Gilbert sighed with a myriad of emotions in his heart. The Duke of Star Lake. He looked at the field outside the carriage window, which was moving backwards. In the history of Constellation, this is an honorary title that belongs exclusively to the Jade Star family and is given to the members of the royal family. Although it is not as powerful and influential as the 6 great guardian dukes that were conferred by the King of Renaissance, and the real power and fiefs that come with it are insignificant, Gilbert turned his head around and looked at Thales sternly. But the meaning it represents is extraordinary. Thales quirked an eyebrow. At that moment, it was as if a familiar feeling had returned. He did not seem to be sitting in a carriage and hurrying along the avenue of blessings. Instead, he returned to the study room in Mindy's hall. Gilbert's signature steady voice slowly rose into the air. 500 years ago, Pulse Breaker Sumer II conferred his eldest son, Alan, as the Duke of Star Lake. He allowed him to start managing his territory and participate in government affairs, so that he could legitimately assist him in handling the affairs of the country. Then, after Sumer II passed away, Prince Alan inherited the throne as a duke, and he became Ascension King Alan I. Pulse Breaker. Thales listened to Gilbert's words and searched for Little Rascal's way of looking at the world, which he learned during his 6 years in Northland. Ahem, it was Constellation's history class in the eyes of the Northlanders. If he remembered correctly, Sumer II was the one who benefited from the tragic confrontation between the 2 stars and ascended to the throne. To prevent the kingdom from repeating the mistakes of blood relatives fighting for the throne and brothers killing each other, the inheritance bill he issued truly established the system of the eldest son inheriting the throne, and the youngest son changing his surname and being conferred the title of nobility. We're still more advanced. Since we're choosing a king, of course we'll choose the most powerful one. We'll settle it with a fight. The Star Killer, who had nothing to do and was listening by the side with his arms crossed. Under his bill, many of the descendants of the branch families with great surnames were forced to leave their homes and change their surnames. He also chased away a large number of cousins who stayed under the complicated branches of the family tree and eyed them with hostility. Many of the vassals who were not the eldest son hated him so much that they gnashed their teeth. Sumer Jadestar II was also given the title of Pulse Breaker. As for the Ascension King, Thales found the name familiar, as if he had just heard it not too long ago. Gilbert's voice continued to rise and fall in cadence. From then on, half of the Jadestars who were conferred the title of Duke of Star Lake over the past 500 years were crown princes, whether they were known or not. After the late king passed away, they wore the 9-pointed star crown and inherited the supreme throne of Constellation. So, the Duke of Star Lake can be considered as the title of crown prince. Wait, Thales, who was still thinking about who the Ascension King was, furrowed his eyebrows. Did you say half? Gilbert continued smiling, as if he had expected what Thales was going to ask. The other half, such as the ancestor of the Talon family in Ice River City and your grandfather's brother, the Starlight God of War, John Jadestar, are the closest family members and most trusted assistants of the king. They wield great power and assist him in managing the state affairs. John Jadestar, Starlight God of War. Thales' heart sank. He recalled many things, such as the interesting things the veteran Genid had told him about the Duke in the Starlight Brigade when he was in the Northland, or Samuel's evaluation of the Duke of Star Lake in the Prison of Bones, or the Duke of Western Desert telling him about John's background in Ghost Prince Tower. Gilbert seemed to become more excited the more he spoke. So, Your Highness, to Constellation, the title of Duke of Star Lake is either given to the king's successor as an honorary title before the crown prince inherits the throne, or the title is given to the king's closest family members to show his favor and trust. Then, with the help of blood ties, the Jadestar family's rule will be strengthened. Closest family members. Favor and trust. Thales coughed softly and narrowed his eyes. But I remember that even though the Duke of Star Lake was his brother John during my grandfather Adi II's era, the crown prince he chose was, against his expectations. Gilbert quickly interrupted him, and his tone was firm and resolute. That only proves one thing, that your grandfather was willing to use his life to believe in John and his brother, just like how he believed in his own heir. He even believed that John could continue to loyally assist the king who succeeded him as the Duke of Star Lake. Use his life to believe in John. Believe in his brother. Just like how he believed in his own heir. For some unknown reason, Samuel's indignant words in the prison echoed in Thales' mind. Was it a brother killing his brother, or a son killing his father? Gilbert took a deep breath and continued to stare at Thales seriously, as though he would not allow any doubt. And John did not disappoint your grandfather. As the greatest hero in the Bloody Year, the former Duke of Star Lake and his Starlight Brigade conquered the rebels in the south and fought against the Great Dragon in the north. In the end, he turned the tide and saved all of Constellation. John Jadestar. He was the greatest contributor to the Bloody Year. Conquered the rebels in the south and fought against the Great Dragon in the north. He turned the tide and saved Constellation. Thales quietly recited these words and tried his best to suppress the inexplicable chill that rose from the bottom of his heart. Yes. The prince's expression was solemn, and his tone was calm. And then he died. Gilbert was stunned for a moment, but the Foreign Affairs Minister was obviously very experienced. He frowned and quickly continued Thales' words, and thus made this title even more noble. During the 18 years when Star Lake Castle was empty, when people talked about the Duke of Star Lake who shed blood on the battlefield, they would only reminisce about his loyalty, tragedy, and glorious past. This time, Thales did not respond when he listened to Gilbert's flawless explanation. Instead, he stared at Gilbert for a long time. At that moment, Thales suddenly remembered Disaster Sword Marina's words. Please investigate this matter and find out the truth. Find out the truth behind Duke John's assassination in Zodra during the Bloody Year. The truth. Under the prince's gaze, the Foreign Affairs Minister frowned slightly. He suddenly had a misconception that the student he was once very familiar with had become a little unfamiliar. A few seconds later, Thales turned his gaze away. That's right. Gilbert secretly sighed in relief and forgot about the strange feeling in his heart. Hence, being conferred this title is a sign that you are deeply trusted and highly regarded by His Majesty. This means that you are no longer a prince who relies on your father's shadow, who has a noble title but no real power. Instead, you are His Majesty's right-hand man. You have a fief, authority, and status. You are the Duke of Star Lake who can stand on equal footing with the hereditary vassals. When he said this, Gilbert looked at Thales excitedly. With this status, you can even directly enter the Imperial Conference to participate in national affairs and solve His Majesty's problems. It will not be out of place. And when you interact with foreign countries, Constellation's Duke of Star Lake is a powerful title. It is far more powerful than King Kessel's son. Thales still did not speak. He only seemed to be deep in thought. Perhaps he wanted to explain in detail, or perhaps he was worried about something. Gilbert paused for a few tenths of a second. Before the smile on his face disappeared, he continued speaking. And of course, it also announces to all the ambitious vassals that even after 6 years away from the kingdom, your position in His Majesty's heart is still incredibly important. Your rightful right to inherit the throne cannot be shaken. The position in His Majesty's heart. Thales appeared to have come to a realization, but he shook his head quietly in his heart. Alright, this is really worth discussing. Even though he was not very interested, Thales still put on a surprised expression in a very cooperative manner. But Gilbert seemed to have been deceived by his appearance. The Foreign Affairs Minister looked gratified. Yes, I know, Your Grace. He held his cane tightly and subconsciously changed the way he addressed Thales. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Thales thought of something again, and he came to a slight realization. So, just now, Count Chroma immediately left with a flick of his sleeves. The prince looked at Gilbert in surprise. Does he know that no matter how much he shows to the world how close and familiar he is with the prince, and no matter how much he tries to get closer to me and form a tacit understanding with me, it cannot compare to this extraordinary title of Duke in the kingdom that has been vacant for 18 years? Gilbert was stunned. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but that's their business, the Foreign Secretary sighed. Now, the most important thing is that you will soon return to Renaissance Palace and return to your home. Thales was dazed for a moment. The carriage continued to move forward steadily. The plains outside the window were vast, and the scenery was very magnificent. It fully displayed the beauty of Western Desert. But Thales knew that this was the first unfamiliar sight he had seen. Home. Thales mumbled. Is it? When he saw the prince's expression, the strange feeling in Gilbert's heart rose again. But since he was good at observing people's expressions, he quickly skipped over this topic and shifted his attention to Thales' weapon. Your Grace, this is... Gilbert stared at the sword lying beside Thales' hand, and his expression changed slightly. Thales snapped out of his daze and sighed, feeling a headache coming on as well. Does it look familiar? It is the sword passed down in the Fakenhas family, Sentinel. Thales patted the hilt of the long sword. I have to say, it is a good sword. Gilbert's gaze froze. The Foreign Affairs Minister's expression was a little solemn. The ancient empire's sword is not only priceless, it also carries with it history, and its meaning is extraordinary. The Duke of Western Desert is a little too. Thales stroked the sword hilt and raised his eyebrows. A little too generous? Constellation's cunning fox's expression became very serious. Considering his reputation, yes. Thales pursed his lips and nodded. Then, should I hide it and not let anyone else see it? Gilbert shook his head and said, no. There are too many ways for people to know about it. For example, if Duke Fakenhas did not bring that sword with him to the banquet, some nobles will ask, and then... Thales shrugged. Then should I return it? Gilbert paused for a moment. I am afraid so. The Foreign Affairs Minister seemed to be deep in thought. I can prepare a letter for you. I will use the reason of respecting the history behind this sword as an excuse. It will be tactful, appropriate, and respectful. Our swift horses will be able to send the sword back in a few days. But this time, against his expectations, the teenage prince before him only smiled faintly before he pushed Sentinel's blade back into its sheath. I just happen to lack a suitable sword. Thales looked at Gilbert with a smile. His words stunned the latter. I want to keep it. Gilbert stared at Thales in a daze. The sense of unfamiliarity in his heart was at its peak. Your Highness, Your Grace, forgive me for being straightforward. Considering our current relationship with the suzerains of Western Desert, the meaning of returning it is greater than the value of the sword itself. If the people see that you have accepted it, but Thales interrupted him. Gilbert. The prince placed the long sword back in his hand. His tone was calm, and his emphasis was barely noticeable. What you are worried about is letting the people see that I have accepted Fakenhaz's gift. Thales' gaze changed. Or letting my father see it? At this moment, Gilbert was truly stunned. Your Grace, I suggest that you do not think too much about it. The Foreign Affairs Minister wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Gilbert, I saw them. All three of them. Thales looked at the scenery outside the window and slowly became absent-minded. Be it Fakenhaz, Chroma, or Bosdorf, these local nobles of Western Desert, their attitude towards me, and the things they are eager to tell me. I can feel it, Gilbert. From how careful you were when you talked about the Duke of Star Lake, to how worried you were about me befriending the nobles of Western Desert. Gilbert. The prince closed his eyes and sighed. This damned Duke or whatever it is. Thales opened his eyes wearily. It's not that easy to be, right? Gilbert instinctively wanted to retort, but the moment he met Thales' gaze, he stopped talking. Thales leaned against the wall of the carriage and sighed slowly. Gilbert looked at him quietly. A few seconds later, the Foreign Affairs Minister sighed, and a tired but plain smile appeared on his face. My young sir, perhaps you do not know, but do you know why we are here? Thales was slightly stunned. Gilbert heaved a sigh of relief and pointed outside the window. Because 6 years ago, you and your performance during the national conference prevented this ancient kingdom from falling into disintegration and decline. Thales frowned. National conference. The memories of the past inevitably returned to his mind. And immediately after that, you went north to Extet with your magnanimity and resolute courage. You extinguished the flames of war with your own body and protected the kingdom. Went north to Extet? Thales pursed his lips. But what you did was far more than that. Gilbert's tone became more indistinct, but also more solemn. Over the past 6 years, with the departure of the Born King, Dragoncloud City has become weak, and Extet has fallen into internal strife that is even more chaotic than before. From what I know, Beacon Illumination City has just raised the tariff on the grains exported to Black Sand Region and Reformation Tower, causing the prices of grains in the latter to remain high. The suzerains of the 3 territories are full of resentment toward each other, and they have almost become mortal enemies. The city of Faraway Prayers and Defense City are currently embroiled in a dispute over the Golden Passage. They are secretly playing games with the ill-intentioned Kemu Union around the Alliance of Freedom. It has been protracted for a long time, and they are unable to extricate themselves from it. As traditional allies during the Neuen Era, the relationship between Glacier Sea and Elefure City and Dragoncloud City has deteriorated rapidly. They have switched sides many times in domestic affairs, and they are in conflict with each other. Dragoncloud City. When he heard this term, Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Most importantly, the 3 southern archdukes who were originally eyeing us covetously, regardless of whether it was Prestige Orchid Region, Reformation Tower, or the most feared Chapman I, because they lost their common enemy, and because Black Sand Region became king, the balance between the 3 was broken. They began to turn inward and were on guard against each other. The suzerains of the 3 territories were on high alert, and because of this, they had no choice but to greatly reduce their military forces at the borders of Constellation to prepare for each other's threats. Gilbert looked at him gently. The smile on his face was the same as it was in the past in Mindy's Hall. Hence, in the past 6 years, the pressure on the northern borders decreased drastically, and the pine forest returned to our patrol area. Even the fiercest extension hunters did not dare to hunt in the south. The citizens of Overwatch City and Lonely Old Tower welcomed a rare period of peace and prosperity. The defense line at the borders of Black Sand region was unprecedentedly empty. It was said that the Fortress Flower led the patrol team across the border and set up camp in Black Sand region. They stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights, and the scattered extensions did not dare to approach them. They only dared to watch from afar, because their suzerains and their king detested each other and did not have the time to pay attention to the south. The danger at Broken Dragon Fortress was lifted, and the effects were immediate. The farming, harvesting, herding, and all other industries in the Northern Territory were slowly recovering. Just like this time, when we went to Western Desert to rescue you, quite a number of soldiers were transferred from the military service quota that Broken Dragon Fortress saved. Gilbert paused for a moment. There was a deep emotion in his words. I still remember that 6 years ago, the regular army under Baron Murch was stationed in Central Territory. They trained their soldiers day by day and nervously prepared for war in the north. They were on guard against any changes in the fortress, and they could not leave their posts easily. But today, 6 years later, the army of the kingdom's wrath rode their horses and whips. They followed the king's orders and spread royal authority everywhere. Regardless of whether it was Eastern Sea, South Coast, Blade Edge, or Western Desert, wherever they went, the 4 regions submitted to them. Wherever their longswords pointed, the vassals would bow. The territory of the kingdom, which was once out of control, was once again placed on His Majesty's long conference table. Due to the rare opportunity brought about by the Great Dragon's decline, we can do whatever we want. Be it unifying the nobles in the country, reasserting royal authority, fighting against Camus Union, attacking Dragon-Kissed land, warning Alumbia, stationing troops at the borders to intimidate the 3 kingdoms of Fog, and seizing back the hegemony of the Western Peninsula. All the things that we dared to think about but did not dare to do before are now being put on the agenda. As he listened to the news of the current situation, Thales frowned. All these years, so many things have happened around Constellation? Your Highness, the heavy blow of the bloody year caused the kingdom to be in a decadent state for many years, and it was difficult for it to rise again. Gilbert's words were filled with sorrow. It has been nearly 20 years, an entire generation. We, who had the blood of the Empire flowing in our veins and once dominated the Western Peninsula, had no choice but to remain humble and bide our time. We trembled in fear as if we were treading on thin ice. The Foreign Affairs Minister's gray hair reflected the setting sun outside the window. His tone fluctuated, and it was clear that he was having a hard time calming down. Gilbert sucked in a deep breath. The expression on his face changed, and as his tone became spirited, he became full of life. But 20 years have passed, and it is like the great dragon folds its wings, and the powerful enemy is beheaded. The Milky Way shines, and Constellation shines again. Gilbert's eyes seemed to be shining, and it actually made Thales feel as if he could not breathe. We finally have the time to recover our strength and reorganize the country. The day when the kingdom returns to the top of the world is just around the corner. The Foreign Affairs Minister held Thales' shoulders gently. And all of this, from saving Constellation, unifying the kingdom, extinguishing the flames of war, and rebuilding the country, all of these cannot be separated from you, my young sir, my... Gilbert sucked in a deep breath and looked at Thales with complicated emotions. His eyes sparkled slightly. Duke Thales. Thales could only stare at him in a daze. He could not say anything for a long time. Gilbert blinked hard and put away the sparkles in his eyes. At the same time, he restrained his emotions. That's right. This nuisance of a duke is indeed not easy to be. A bitter but gratified smile appeared on the middle-aged noble's face. But it is precisely because of all your hard work and struggles in the past that you became one of the millions of people in this great kingdom, Gilbert said softly. That's right. The person who is most suitable for it. At that moment, Your Grace, Your Grace. A familiar voice traveled into Thales' ears from outside the carriage. Thales snapped out of his daze. He could tell that this was a member of the Royal Guards, the golden-haired knight who previously stood behind Mallows, Derek's distant relative, Knight Doyle, who mocked the Chroma family for escorting Thales with ill intentions. We have arrived at Lauren Castle. This is our resting point for today. We will depart tomorrow. Before Thales, who was still immersed in his strange emotions, could react, Gilbert sorted out his emotions and stood up with a smile. Thank you, Doyle. I am coming now. Gilbert pushed open the carriage door and walked out. His voice continued to travel into Thales' ears from outside the carriage. He was polite, and there was no trace of his previous agitation. And I am very grateful for the service of the Royal Guards. Doyle's laughter rose as well. It was clear that he was very familiar with the Foreign Affairs Minister. It is a mission, Your Grace. Also, since we have been appointed as the Duke of Star Lake's personal guards. Doyle's voice was very bright, as if he would never experience sorrow. Then perhaps you can call us the Duke's personal guards, or Star Lake Guards. Thales was stunned again. Star Lake Guards. The Royal Guards and Gilbert continued chatting and laughing outside the carriage. But Thales only sat quietly in the carriage. He did not say a word and he did not move. After an unknown period of time, when Doyle's urging voice rose, the teenage prince sighed and leaned back against the carriage. He said in a barely audible voice, "What are you waiting for?" He said in a barely audible voice, "Are you there?" A few seconds later, a nearly inaudible hoarse voice traveled into Thales' ears. Thales shook his head in a daze and snorted softly. Did you hear what Gilbert said just now, about what I did? From saving Constellation, unifying the kingdom, extinguishing the flames of war, and rebuilding the kingdom, it is all your hard work and struggles in the past that allowed you to become one of the millions of people in this great kingdom, the person who is most suitable for it. Thales was absent-minded. The answer in the air was still as sparse as ever. Thales casually responded to Doyle's urging outside the carriage. He raised his head in a daze and looked at the top of the carriage. His gaze was unfocused. Yodel, have you ever had a moment where everything in your life became so unreal that you were at a loss for what to do? A few seconds later, the masked protector's voice traveled into Thales' ears faintly. Yes. Thales curled his lips into the ghost of a smile. Very good, then I am not crazy. His tone was desolate. Thales, his name traveled into Thales' ears, along with a hesitant, comforting sentence. Everything will be fine. Thales smiled again when he heard this. Everything will be fine. Yes, Thales said absent-mindedly in the carriage. Every time, when things are about to turn bad, I tell myself the same thing. Yodel did not speak again. Chapter 507. Loren Castle was a small, unknown place in Western Desert. It seemed to be a meticulously chosen place to stay. Gilbert had left early. He seemed to be heading to the army to interact with the nobles in the regular army. Thales, on the other hand, left the carriage under the escort of the royal guards, who were led by Malos. He entered the simple and crude castle that was comparable to a small house in Shield District. He did not see any local nobles coming to greet him. There were only servants who trembled and lowered their heads in the distance. They handed over lights, water, and food, and the royal guards, who strictly separated the prince from other unrelated people, brought them to Thales' side. Even the sentries outside the castle were taken over by the regular army of the royal family. Even when Thales subconsciously smiled at a young servant girl who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, who hurriedly brought food with a tray on her head, Malos' figure would appear at the right time to block his line of sight politely and gently, but in a manner that left no room for doubt. That was until the young servant girl fled the hall with a pale face under the fierce gazes of the royal guards in the hall. Thales could not help but feel suffocated. But since he had just arrived and was unfamiliar with them, Thales warned himself not to interfere with the royal guard's actions. And when Thales walked into the hall of the castle, which was so simple that it was even a little crude, and to a certain extent only had military functions, he sat down by the long table under Malos' signal, and the suffocating feeling in his heart reached its peak. Same rules. Pick 2 people to taste the food first. Malos did not remove his armor or his sword. He stood beside Thales, and his calm voice traveled through the hall. The Duke will be allowed to eat half an hour later. During this period of time, the other people in the Vanguard Division will go and investigate the castle. The defense division will set up their defenses as usual. The logistics division will check the scullery. Everyone else, take your positions. Mallows narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction where the young servant girl left. And I do not want to see anyone enter this hall without permission, even if it is a plump girl. Also, no matter where the Duke goes, be it eating, bathing, going to the toilet, resting, or taking a stroll, ensure that there are at least 2 attendants by his side, and they can see the Duke at all times. If anything happens, the 3 layers of security outside must be able to react immediately. Thales could not help but frown. Mallow's words seemed to be very authoritative. Among the 24 people standing on both sides of the long table, 22 of them accepted the order and left the hall. Mallows, on the other hand, glanced at Thales. His gaze was calm and natural, but it seemed to contain some sort of power. It made the latter, who was so hungry that he could not even sit properly, sit up a little straighter. Take good care of the Duke. The chestnut-haired watchman casually left these words behind and walked out of the hall. The moment Mallow's heel left the door, Thales felt the air in the hall soften a little. But good times did not last long. The last 2 people who were left behind walked forward without hesitation and took away the plates on Thales' table rudely. Under Thales' terrified gaze, they carefully flipped through each dish. They even opened a pie made of unknown ingredients, and took a bite of each dish. Thales stared blankly at the food that had been ravaged to the point where it had no part of its body left intact. He even had an illusion. He had returned to Northland, to Dragon Cloud City, and to the Blood Court. No, it's worse than that. At least the Northlanders would not eat his food. One of them stopped after taking a small taste. He immediately got up and went to stand guard at the door, but the other, oh no, this pie is made of pumpkin. It tastes awful. The guard who stood closest to him grumbled in pain while he tore off another piece of pumpkin pie. He gave Thales a cool and sunny smile. No, Duke, you won't like this. I have to help you get rid of some. You're welcome. Thales watched as the pumpkin pie became fewer and fewer. He smiled awkwardly. The knight who was biting into the pumpkin pie held the air and made a gesture of raising a glass. He nodded with a smile. Do not worry, Your Grace. This is just a routine inspection. Our regular soldiers are camped outside the castle. There is nothing that can threaten your safety. As the knight spoke, he smiled even more brilliantly. You're making me even more uneasy. No, Your Grace, you cannot eat yet. You have to wait for half an hour. If I don't die on the spot from foaming at the mouth, then you can start eating. The knight held Thales' wrist gently and pushed him back in a gentle manner that allowed no argument. Thales could only withdraw his hand from the glass resentfully. He recognized the golden-haired knight in front of him. He was Derek's distant relative, Doyle. So, Mallows is your leader, and he has the highest rank? Thales, who was bored and waiting to test his poison, could only strike up a conversation. Do all of you have to listen to him? Doyle patted off the crumbs on his hands, raised his eyebrows, and nodded. Yes. Doyle cast a glance at the door. When he saw that Mallows was completely gone, he started to smile. He walked to Thales' side and set up the cutlery for him. The Royal Guards have a strict and clear division of labor and system, including the hierarchy. They cannot be violated. While Doyle spoke, his hands did not stop moving. Knives, forks, spoons, and different dishes were placed in an orderly manner. It was in line with the table etiquette Thales learned when he was young. Strict and clear. Thales looked at the golden-haired knight in front of him with great interest. So, what rank are you? Doyle tidied up a plate of vegetables and smiled. Take it easy, Your Highness. This is not that simple. Unlike the barbaric, crude, primitive Northland barbarians and their funny guards who change every time, the Royal Guards of Constellation have a long and glorious history. Their system can be traced back to the Emperor's Praetorian Guards during the Age of the Empire. Doyle raised his index finger at the 14-year-old prince. He smiled brightly, and he looked friendly as if he was telling Thales a story. As the sacred group that protects His Majesty by his side, the Emperor's Praetorian Guards are divided into 6 wings based on their different duties. Each wing has a chief and a second in charge. 6 wings. Thales felt his spirits lift. He remembered the former royal guards he met in the underground prison. First, there is the Supreme Command Wing. Doyle's smile was warm. He used a knife and fork to separate two pieces of meat on the plate. This is the brain of the entire guard. The chief and second in charge are the captain and vice captain. They are in charge of the entire guard, and they have absolute authority. They only answer to His Majesty. Before he was sent to your side, Mallows was a member of the command wing. He passed orders and information between Captain Adrian and the people in charge of the other wings. His rank is not high, but his function is not small. And after he was promoted to the role of watchman, Doyle shrugged in resignation. So, you are right. Regardless of whether it was before or after, we have to listen to him. Command Wing. The captain and vice captain. Thales thought of Barney Jr.'s father, and he fell into deep thought. Then, there is the defense wing. Doyle took a deep breath, flung his hair, and straightened his body. He looked as if he had suddenly become radiant. This is the main body of the Royal Guards, and it is also the one that the outside world sees the most. They are in charge of the personal protection of the nobles. He righteously pulled out two pieces of vegetables and placed them next to the meat. Ordinary heroes, great protectors. We use our bodies to ensure your safety, and we build up your glory with our passion. Doyle's words made Thales a little confused. When he saw the solemn and hopeful expression on Doyle's face, which made him look like he was preaching, Thales narrowed his eyes. So, you belong to the defense wing? Doyle raised his eyebrows and bowed in a dramatic manner. Yes. When he saw how proud Doyle looked, Thales nodded in realization. I understand now. I am Danny Doyle. Doyle smiled and pressed against his chest. Your Grace, I am the most reliable one among the 6 protectors under you. Thales blinked. The blonde Doyle blinked with his left eye, and he looked very elegant. Or to put it simply, everyone likes to call me Doyle. Thales froze. The prince repeated with a strange expression. Don't tell me you have a sister called Doyle? Or a brother called Doyle? Doyle was stunned. Doyle rolled his eyes in puzzlement. Ahem, nothing. Thales coughed a few times and said seriously, it's just a Northland joke, oh? Doyle looked enlightened, and his tone rose in response. So, Doyle. Thales stared in surprise at the plate in front of him, which was almost turned into a work of art. When you were little, did they call you Little Dee? Doyle was stunned again. What? Thales furrowed his eyebrows and shook his head. It's nothing. I often tell boring jokes about the Northland barbarians. You'll get used to it. Continue. Doyle blinked as if he understood what Thales said. That's why I was talking about. Oh yes, the other part of the Royal Guards. The guards who often appear in bardic poems are cute and charming villains, but they have the right to make decisions during wartime, the Vanguard Division. Vanguard Division. Thales remembered the stubborn Barney Jr. and the neurotic cannon in the dungeon. Thales arched his eyebrows. So, why are the Vanguard Division the villains? Doyle cleared his throat and began to arrange the soup bowls and cups. Let me put it this way. The duty of the Defense Division is very important, and we cannot easily leave the noble side. We also have a lot of time to appear in public, and there are many things that are inconvenient for us to do. Doyle suddenly stopped talking, and his tone turned cold. So, sometimes, when you find someone an eyesore and want his head, or when you fancy a girl, but she is not willing and other trivial things like that, Doyle stopped what he was doing and his expression turned cold. At that time, you can let the lackeys in the Vanguard Division run errands. Find someone an eyesore? Fancy a girl? A trifling matter? Run errands? What? Thales stared at him with a strange expression and asked in return, Really? Doyle continued to stare at him sternly. 2 seconds later, Doyle suddenly snickered, waved his hand, and shook his head. Of course I'm joking. Even though the bards often exaggerate the nobles' personal guards as thugs for nouveau riche, under normal circumstances, why would the Vanguard Division do such senseless things? When he said this, Doyle's expression froze. You understand, he said coldly. He drew closer to the prince, and a profound and mysterious smile appeared on his face. First, General situation. Thales did not know whether he should laugh or cry at his behavior. But you said that they have the right to make decisions during wartime. Doyle waved his hand. Oh, that is not important. Doyle cleared his throat again, grabbed the table knife, and began to tidy up the pumpkin pie that had been tested for poison and left in a mess. There was only half a pumpkin pie left. Then, it is time for the Discipline Division, which has the least number of people but the highest status. Discipline Division. Thales remembered the former chief penal officer of the Royal Guards, Lieutenant Belden, and nodded. For example, if you want us to run errands like what I said, but unfortunately, we are caught red-handed. Doyle's gaze focused. Then, the Discipline Division will have to take the field. So, no one in the guards likes them. Doyle turned to Thales with a warning look. I believe it is the same for you. It is said that they are also in charge of carrying out the punishment of the members of the royal family. Doyle put down the table knife. At some point in time, the pumpkin pie, which had only half a piece left, was cut into 6 slices and placed in a circle around the plate. It looked exquisite, beautiful, neat, and symmetrical. Thales was incredibly shocked. Doyle shook his head, and as if he was performing a magic trick, the solemn expression on his face was completely gone. Next is the Logistics Division. Just like what you said, it is the most boring part of the 6 divisions. There are even quite a number of part-time workers in there. Doyle smiled and moved all the extra and messy leftovers from the main plate into an empty plate. He raised his hand and tossed them into the depths of the unlit fireplace. A clear sound rose. To be honest, even now, I do not know why they want to keep this division. What I mean is, if you work for His Majesty, who cares if your room costs 6 copper coins or 6 silver coins a night? Logistics Division. Yes, His Majesty cares. Thales thought quietly. Doyle exhaled. Finally, there is the worst. The Flag-Bearer Division, whose rank is unknown, and which is outside the 5 divisions. Flag-Bearer Division. Thales thought of the former flag-bearer Samuel, who had already sided with the disaster swords in the underground prison. Thales asked curiously, the worst? Doyle snorted coldly. It is said that every flag-bearer has a small notebook in their bosom. Their usual duty is to spy on us and then report to the higher-ups. Thales widened his eyes. Higher-ups? Doyle flipped his wrist and fished out a tablecloth from somewhere. Thales felt his vision blur, and the tablecloth was wrapped around his chest. Higher-ups. Doyle walked to the prince's side and adjusted the place where the tablecloth overlapped with his collar. They are like the secret intelligence department of the guards. They are sinister, cunning, and do not have good intentions, Doyle said in a half-serious, half-joking manner. The secret intelligence department of the guards. Is that so? Thales recalled the different group of royal guards in the underground prison. So, these are the 6 Praetorian divisions. Doyle walked to Thales, and as if he was welcoming a guest, he swung his arm. The prince was surprised to find that the dishes and cutlery on the table had been arranged in an orderly manner. The dishes on the plate were arranged in a unique aesthetic manner. It did not look like they had been tested for poison at all. Even the tablecloth on his body and his collar were neatly arranged, and the angle was just right. It was to the point that if he moved even an inch, he would destroy the beauty of the place. And His Majesty values your guards very much. Basically, among the 25 people by your side, there are people from the 6 Praetorian divisions. Doyle ignored Thales' expression, which showed that he was worried about where he should start eating, and started listing with his fingers. Lord Grey Parsons. Aside from Mallows, he is the highest-ranking person by your side. He is the 2nd penal officer of the Punishment Division. Just like his commanding officer, he is basically the type that everyone is afraid of. Durward Stone, the master of the Logistics Division. Don't be fooled by the smile on his face. He is actually full of evil tricks. If he wants to mess with you during your meals, Doyle sighed and shrugged with a chuckle. And you met Caleb Glover yesterday. He is the brown-haired man behind Mallows. He usually doesn't speak, but when he does, he even dares to talk back to the Count of Wingfort. You are one of them, right? Thales thought in his heart. Doyle did not notice Thales' expression. Glover is one of the vanguards. By the way, that man has facial paralysis. He doesn't cry or smile. We call him Zombie in private. I heard that Zombie's grandfather once served in the Royal Guards, and he was quite a high-ranking official. Doyle blinked. So, he has been influenced since he was young, and he knows a lot about the ways of the Royal Guards. He even knows the secrets of the old guards from many years ago. This phrase attracted Thale's attention. The old guards? The prince asked. Doyle glanced at the table. When he found that there was nothing that could be adjusted, he looked away in disappointment. 18 years ago, the Royal Guards during the Bloody Year. Thales tensed up. Even though the old people in the palace are unwilling to talk about what happened in the past, and even if I ask, they will not talk about it. It is almost a taboo. Thales' expression darkened. Is that so? However, Doyle raised his head and spoke with a sentimental tone. But it is said that during the decades that the late King Adi ruled, the legendary old Royal Guards reached their peak in terms of both quantity and quality. Thale's attention was drawn to him. Forget about everything else. In terms of individual strength alone, they have more supreme-class elites than the guards of any other era. When he said this, Doyle's eyes shone, and he sounded as if he was singing a bardic poem. Some people do not move, but attack like lightning. They do not need a second strike to subdue their enemies. Some people travel thousands of miles like wolves. They are cunning and unpredictable. They kill their enemies in broad daylight without leaving a trace. Some people have a knife in their hands. They are decapitated, and they fight for 3 nights without moving an inch. Some people raise their arms and draw their bows from thousands of steps away. They die under their arrows, and they cannot miss their targets. Doyle exhaled, and he looked forward. The most ridiculous thing is that it is said that there was even someone in the guards of that era who could fight against 100 people alone. He could fight against a large number of people alone. Even if he fought against a large army, there was nothing he could do. Doyle's tone became gentler. Fight against 100 people alone. Even if he fought against a large number of people alone. Even if he fought against a large number of people alone. Thales remembered the mighty and lonely figure who swayed. He was dazed for a moment. Is that so? A thought appeared in Thales' eyes. Then what about the guards now? Doyle blinked, and the corners of his lips curled up. And now, most of the people in the guards were reorganized after the Bloody Year. You know, the people's lives were poor. The nobles and commoners did not have a good time, and the superclass talents trained in the battlefield and the army had long since been taken away by the 3 new commanders who rose to power. I've heard that the current chief vanguard, Staley, is in the supreme boundary, but he doesn't have any famous battle records. That's because the thing about the supreme boundary, unless you've truly fought against another supreme boundary, others will only admit that you're also in the supreme boundary. Doyle shrugged. The yearning in his eyes turned into regret. What a pity. I really wish that I was born in that era. It would be great if I could see the unprecedentedly powerful guards. But Doyle immediately shook his head. No, actually, there is nothing to be pitiful about. After all, that was a humiliating group of guards. Thales' eyes sparkled. Humiliating? What do you mean? Doyle sighed softly. Don't you know? During the Bloody Year, they did not protect the guards well. They did not dispatch them well, and they were at a loss. In the end, they lost Renaissance Palace. They also personally buried the best era of the Royal Guards. Did not protect the guards well, did not dispatch them well. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. It is said that Doyle's expression was complicated, and no one knew whether it was disdain or resignation. It's just a rumor. Some of the guards even colluded with the enemy. Colluding with the enemy. Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Watchman. Doyle was stunned. What? Thales raised his head and asked seriously, You just said that Mallows was promoted to watchman from the command division a year ago. Which branch of Six-Winged does he belong to? What are the specific duties? When he encountered this question, Doyle was also stunned for a moment. Watchman? He frowned. To be honest, during my first 8 years in the Guards, I didn't even know that this position existed until Mallows was promoted. But the team had a guess. You know, a watcher, so we guessed that this is a character that stays in the dark and watches secretly. When he said this, Doyle's gaze shifted, and there was a teasing tone in his voice. For example, when nobles go to Red Street Market in private, and it is not convenient for them to bring along guards, the watchman secretly follows them and waits by their bedside. Thales was originally listening very seriously until he felt that something was off. When he saw Thales' expression, Doyle raised his eyebrows. By the way, Your Grace, you are still young this year, but do you know Red Street Market? Red Street Market? Without waiting for Thales to answer, Doyle raised his index finger and chuckled. Oh, I can tell that you have never been there. It's okay, when I am free, I will bring you there to play. At this moment, Doyle. It was a clear and loud voice. In that second, Doyle stopped talking perfectly, turned around, smiled, and bowed. He did it all in one go. Oh, look who's here, Lord Mallows. Hey, and you Vanguard Glover. Doyle spread his arms with a passionate expression and looked at the third person without any awkwardness. Welcome, Count Casso. As expected, Watchman Mallows and Vanguard Glover appeared at the entrance. Gilbert followed behind them and looked at Thales and Mallows with a smile. Thales only responded with an awkward smile. Mallows put on a perfect and indifferent smile. Doyle, I heard that you are very interested in Red Street Market? Oh, you are talking about this? Doyle looked as if he had just remembered it. He said in realization, I'm not sure. He said with a look of realization, of course, I am spreading some knowledge to Duke Thales that he should know. Knowledge? Thales sighed and turned his head away quietly. Knowledge? As expected, Lord Mallows narrowed his eyes. Glover, who was beside him, snorted rudely. Doyle turned to Thales without any shame. Geographical knowledge. Regarding the administrative division of Eternal Star City, Your Grace, we have just talked about it. Red Street Market is next to Linha Street, separating Western District and Lower City District. Mallows and Glover looked at each other. One of them smiled faintly, and the other was disdainful. Thales could only look at Doyle in amazement. Endless admiration surged in his heart. A few minutes later, Thales finally picked up his knife and fork and was able to eat. Mallows and the others left quietly, leaving only Gilbert to look at the prince with a gratified expression. I am glad to see that you have a pleasant conversation with Danny, Your Grace. Thales smiled helplessly. He mercilessly chopped down with his knife and destroyed the main course, which had been placed so perfectly that it could be considered an art. I do not have any other choice, do I? Gilbert laughed heartily. Relax, Your Highness. Regardless of whether it is Mallows, Glover, or Doyle, they are all from the 7 Jade Star attendants. They are not ordinary local nobles. Your father trusts them. Thales picked up a piece of meat with his fork and hummed. 7 Jade Star attendants? Gilbert nodded. During the Battle of Eradication, the King of Renaissance had 7 squires by his side. The bards called them the 7 Jade Star attendants. The Foreign Affairs Minister once again adopted the tone of someone narrating a story. Even though it was not as captivating as Putre's, it was straightforward, direct, and simple. After the country was built, they settled down in Central Territory and were conferred titles ranging from counts to viscounts. They became direct vassals in the king's territory, and their families also became a powerful ally of the Jade Star royal family. It has been 600 years. Even though things have changed with the passage of time and the members have changed, the vassals who are the closest to Jade Star are still called the 7 Jade Star attendants based on habit in every era, even though there are times when the number of vassals exceeds or falls short of this number. Aside from the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families, the 7 Jade Star attendants are also frequent visitors of the royal guards. This has been the case for the past 100 years. Over the past 100 years, Thales mulled over this word. What about 100 years ago? Gilbert's gaze shifted. Thales bit into a piece of steak. The Duke of Western Desert once told me that he had an uncle who served in the royal guards a long time ago. He even helped my grandfather ascend the throne. Thales swallowed and stared at the steak that had been cut into pieces in front of him. So, Gilbert, when did the people from the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families gradually disappear from the king's most trusted personal guards and the royal guards? At the porch beyond the hall. How is it? The watchman, Mallows, strolled forward with his hands behind his back. Doyle followed behind him slowly. Doyle shook his head. His expression was calm. I do not know. He is not as amazing a genius as people make him out to be. To a certain extent, he is still a little dumb? Mallows snorted through his nose. Stupid? What do you mean? Doyle cast a glance behind him and tugged at the corners of his lips. He is gullible and unguarded. I just casually said a few words to reminisce about the past and our Duke of Star Lake. He shrugged and smiled faintly. Just now, in just a short while, I almost touched his entire body. And the dagger in his bosom could not protect him at all. I could break his neck in a few seconds. I find it strange. How did he survive in the hands of the Northland barbarians who fought each other? Mallow's expression did not change. He hummed in acknowledgement. Really? Doyle exhaled and narrowed his eyes. Let me put it this way. If that was a princess, there was a teasing look in his eyes. Then by now, she would be lying in my bosom with a red face and meowing like a cat. Mallows frowned. Doyle remembered something and giggled. Of course, if he is really a girl, then his personality is quite cute. Mallows exhaled. You just refuse to stop, do you? Is there any innocent girl in the capital who has not been harmed by you? Doyle whistled and rolled his eyes. There are still a few. The corners of Mallow's lips curled up. Return to your post. The watchman's expression became indifferent again, and his tone became stern. Also, stop playing around. You are protecting. Doyle raised his hand. Of course. Don't worry. The blonde guard giggled and turned to leave. I know how important he is, regardless of whether it is to the royal family or to us. Mallows stopped moving. He turned around and looked at Doyle's back as he walked away. No. Mallow's expression did not change, but he shook his head slowly and whispered, About him. You don't know anything. The watchman snorted softly. There was a faint hint of disapproval in his tone. Young D.D. Chapter 508. In the main hall of Roran Castle, Gilbert's pupils reflected the light from the everlasting lamp in the distance. Baron Williams told me that a few days ago, Duke Cyril Faken has paid you a surprise visit. The Foreign Affairs Minister asked gently but cautiously, I believe that he did not just bring you a sword? Thales paused for a moment. He did indeed say a lot. The teenager swallowed the piece of meat. His gaze focused slightly, and he seemed to be deep in thought. It also made me very uneasy. Gilbert's expression darkened. Interacting with different people is always the most direct way to understand the world. Gilbert's tone was still gentle, but there was a hint of caution and deliberation in it. But, Your Highness, please make sure that you never forget. Gilbert sat opposite him and said profoundly, Everyone shows you what they want you to see. Everyone wants you to see what they want you to see. Especially when your status is so special and your identity is so sensitive. Thales put down his knife and fork and he was lost in thought. What a coincidence. Not long ago, Thales' expression was resigned and mocking. Count Chroma said something similar. Gilbert stared at him. He wanted to say something, but he did not. Thales continued eating his dinner until Constellation's cunning fox sighed. Since you have met them, Your Grace. Then, what kind of people do you think the nobles of Western Desert are? Thales' hands slowed down. The nobles of Western Desert, what kind of people are they? His thoughts returned to the past, to the moment when he met the 3 nobles, Fakenhaz, Chroma, and Bosdorf. The prince narrowed his eyes. They are not stupid. They know that you know what we want to do. From Bladefang's camp to Blessingstown. Thales stared at the lights in the distance in a daze. Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He was heard clearing his throat. Then, how did they deal with it? I mean with us? How to deal with it? Thales sank into deep thought again. He was immersed in what he saw and heard in Western Desert. It's hard to say. From the guardian duke to the appointed count, from the four-eyed skull to the crow and the black lion, from the new nobles to the old forces, it's obvious that they don't have a good relationship with each other. Thales cut the steak that was neatly cut by Doyle into smaller pieces. He frowned. I guess they didn't handle it well. Under the light, Gilbert's expression became a little complicated. Really? Thales nodded, but he was worried. Step by step, we are forcing them to come together to fight against us, against their common enemy. Gilbert grunted in acknowledgement and suddenly asked, yes. For example? Wang Zi raised his eyebrows. For example, Williams. When he thought of this name and Stake's mutilated corpse on the sand, Thales felt that the ribs in his mouth were disgusting. Gilbert nodded in understanding. Thales forced himself to swallow his food. He did not wait for the man to speak. Why him, Gilbert? Thales put down his knife and fork and turned to Gilbert. His expression was serious and puzzled. Why is this unreasonable person staying in Western Desert, representing Renaissance Palace and the royal family, and ruling over Blade Fang's camp? Thales shrugged. He can't even work well with the people from the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Gilbert's expression changed a few times. Your Highness. But Thales did not let him interrupt him. And based on my understanding of him during the short time I spent with him, Thales raised his index finger and furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Every minute the legendary Wing stays in Blade Fang's camp makes the local nobles of Western Desert feel more hopeless and uneasy. He pushes them further away from Renaissance Palace and intensifies the conflict between them and the royal family until they are driven to desperate measures and take a risk. Don't even compare him to the kingdom's wrath, who is crude but meticulous, or the experienced and prudent Fortress Flower. The prince turned his head around and looked at Gilbert, who had a complicated expression on his face. To put it bluntly, Thales sighed. He searched for a suitable description and said helplessly, that's right. He said in resignation, even the Star Killer knows how to conduct himself better than he does. Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows tightly and did not speak. His gaze first landed on Thales, then moved to the messy plate the prince had eaten. He remained silent for a long time. Just when Thales thought that there was no answer to his questions and that he could only helplessly turn around and continue working on his dinner, you are as sharp and intelligent as you were 6 years ago, Your Highness. Gilbert sighed slowly and his gaze became sharp. But, my Lord Duke, I'm thinking that maybe you need to jump out and look at the situation in the West Desert from the perspective of the kingdom, the breadth of history, and our perspective. The height of the kingdom, the breadth of history, our angle. Thales blinked with a puzzled expression. Let's not talk about the other small and medium nobles that we didn't expect. Let's take the 3 great clans of Western Desert that you mentioned as an example. They do indeed have different attitudes toward Renaissance Palace. Gilbert sat up straight with a smile on his lips. It was as if he had once again become the tireless teacher from 6 years ago. One is gentle and conservative, one is radical and discontented, and the last one is insensitive and ambiguous. What do you think of the situation for us? Thales leaned back against the dining chair and rolled his eyes. Gentle. Radical. Numbness. The crow, the black lion, and the skull appeared in front of him. The old, middle-aged, and young figures. It's a good thing. Thales tried hard to remind himself that he belonged to the Jade Star royal family, and he should speak from the perspective of the people. Our opponent, if Western Desert is our opponent, is divided and not united, so it is more fragile. It is beneficial for us to set up our own plans and defeat them one by one. He shrugged with a look of disdain. Williams? Gilbert looked at his exaggerated expression and smiled. Set up our own plans and defeat them one by one. Gilbert looked at him just like he did during the lesson 6 years ago. There was admiration in his eyes. Just like what you did in Extet 6 years ago? Thales was stunned. He realized that compared to the old crow's encouraging questions that did not set any prerequisites and were patient in leading him to the right path, Gilbert's questions were clearer, more intentional, and more directed. Yes, just like in Extet. The prince frowned and nodded. Unless we force them to stand together, let go of their past enmity, and fight, fight against Jadestar together. Thales swallowed the words, thanks to a certain handsome pretty boy who wields a double-headed spear, at the end of his sentence. Gilbert nodded and smiled. Please do not misunderstand me, Your Grace. In fact, I admire your thoughts. But Your Highness, I believe that the strategy we adopt depends on what kind of opponent we face. Thales also realized that compared to Putre's rhetorical questions, which were filled with sarcasm and bad taste, Gilbert preferred direct narration. Exted is Constellation's greatest enemy since it was founded hundreds of years ago. Its territory is thousands of miles wide, and it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Its people are tough, and their ferocious nature has yet to be tamed. In addition, they have a strong army and a large number of heroes. They are a powerful natural enemy that we may not have the confidence to defeat even during our prime. The foreign affairs minister seemed to be sentimental about something. He paused for a few seconds before he said airily, for us, a divided Extet is naturally more beneficial to Constellation than a united kingdom of the Great Dragon. In the next second, Gilbert's gaze changed. But what about Western Desert? This is Constellation's territory. Its suzerains are His Majesty's vassals. They are just a corner of the chessboard. For us, everything is in our control, and we are determined to win. Gilbert's gaze sharpened. In this situation, is the chaos and division in this corner of the chessboard really beneficial to us? Thales frowned in puzzlement. What do you mean? Gilbert laughed and cleared his throat. He first looked at the lights in the distance before he spoke tirelessly. 2,000 years ago, the ancient empire at its prime stretched across the continent. It had 2 territories, 5 districts, and 19 provinces under its jurisdiction. It was only at this moment that Thales discovered traces of the old Crow and Putre's storytelling from his tone. But among these 26 known places, the one that gave the capital of Triumph and the Pegasus throne the most headaches was not the powerful Northland, not the ancient chauvinism, not the steep and barren mountains, not the complicated Green Heart, not the difficult-to-tame Cersei and the wild Nada, not even the Sea of Flames, which is hard to communicate with, and the Far East, which is beyond our reach. Gilbert's tone changed. Instead, it was the insignificant and remote Thornland, located in the southwest of the empire. Thornland. Thales recalled the world geography he learned in Northland. Fortunately, the Northlanders did not need to be secretive about Thornland. Based on his memories, the prince asked tentatively, is it because they are conservative and xenophobic and never submit to outsiders, or even the empire's rule? I have read a 1,000-year-old proverb from Thornland in the books of the Northlanders. The children of Thorn are born to fight back. Gilbert nodded. There was a gratified look in his eyes that said, the Northlanders are finally willing to study. Yes, Your Highness, yes, but that is not all. The children of Thorn do not submit to outsiders' rule. They are even more unwilling to submit to their own people's rule. Thales revealed a puzzled look. Gilbert smiled. Before the rise of the empire, the small Thornland was known for being divided and chaotic. Warlords rose in droves, many factions stood in great numbers, oligarchs appeared everywhere, and unrest was frequent. Even the religious beliefs within the land were difficult to unify, much less find a leader who could convince the masses. And this brought trouble to the empire at that time. After easily conquering them, their rule after that was like walking into a swamp, and it was difficult for them to move forward. If they wanted to rope them in and appease them, they would not be able to find a representative who could convince the masses and be reliable in the entire province. If they wanted to intimidate and shock them, every time they got rid of the leader of the rioters, there would always be his opponents or supporters who would pop up a few years later and cause more trouble in Thornland. Gilbert snorted softly. There was a faint hint of disdain in his words. This characteristic of Thornland lasted for 1,000 years, and it has been passed down since the empire ceased to exist. Even today, after the Battle of Eradication, in the old Thornland, regardless of whether it is a Lumbia kingdom or Turundi joint governance, they have never stopped. The former's royal family changes every season, while the latter's internal strife is a common occurrence, and it happens regularly. Thales listened to Gilbert's words seriously. Are you saying that Western Desert is to us like how Thornland is to the Empire? It is difficult to maintain a stable rule? Gilbert paused for a few seconds, as if he was searching for an appropriate phrase. Not entirely, but Gilbert looked at Thales sternly. Tell me, Your Highness, if you were your father, who would you reward, attack, rope in, support, or let them do whatever they want when you face the three families in Western Desert who seem to have conflicting political views, who have their own ideas? Who would you attack, who would you recruit, who would you support, and who would you let them do whatever they want? This question stunned Thales for a moment. Based on what I saw, he recalled what he had seen and heard over the past few days and answered carefully. Reward Chroma because they can tell right from wrong and know how to adapt to the situation? Gilbert did not speak, but looked at him expectantly. So, Thales continued speaking in a probing manner. Attack Bosdorf because they are arrogant, oppositional, and have a clear attitude? Rope in Fakenhas because they have not expressed their stance for a long time, and perhaps they are waiting for a good offer? Gilbert's eyes lit up. Very good, because that is what we thought in the beginning as well. When he heard this strange tone, Thales frowned. But, as expected, Gilbert flashed a smile and continued Thales' words. But, during the few years after the Bloody Year and before Williams was conferred the title of nobility, major national policies such as conscription of soldiers, tax reform, annexation of land, and minor ones such as rewards and punishments, conferring titles and appointments were carried out in Western Desert. No matter what kind of laws were carried out in Western Desert, Gilbert's gaze became sharp, just like his tone. When Renaissance Palace took action with a good reason and did things according to plan, such as the implementation of the Fixed-Time Conscription Act and the emergency annexes to the Desert War, conservatives like Chroma were always dragging their feet and seemed to agree in public, but opposed in private. When His Majesty treated them gently and supported them, such as temporarily suspending the tax exemption order for the development of border counties as a form of compromise and goodwill, stubborn people like Bosdorf would jump out and take a mile when given an inch, and resist stubbornly to the end. When Eternal Star City decided to take action and strike like a thunderbolt, such as punishing the nobles who violated the central tax order, the unpopular Fakenhas would suddenly appear. He would make jokes and feign ignorance, and he even stirred up the mess in Western Desert to the entire country, causing our plan to fail. What? As he listened to these specific matters, Thales only felt his head swell, and his frown deepened. This is Western Desert from another perspective? The other middle and small nobles took sides, and there were few exceptions. There was a hint of resentment in Gilbert's words. No, it was not just a few years, and it was not just 1 or 2 generations. It was the past 100 years. Every time Constellation had a king's decree and a great government was about to be carried out, every opposition in Western Desert could always find a place they wanted to belong to, regardless of whether it was the Black Lion, who was famous for his unyielding attitude, the single-winged crow, who appeared to be submissive, or the four-eyed skull, who had nothing to do with it but was shrewd and ruthless. The more Thales listened, the more fearful he became. No matter what we did, one of the 3 parties who did not agree with each other would always be able to throw out an unexpected trump card. They would play the rules of the game to perfection, and they would be able to react with ease. They would either dodge or move, act shamelessly to stall for time, or strike a blow to the head. They would catch our plans off guard, and we would only get half the results with twice the effort. There was a deep wariness in Gilbert's words. They might seem to be at odds with each other and have divided Western Desert, but they would always be able to split up when they faced the king's decree from Renaissance Palace. They would cover for each other on the smallest front, and they would work together from different directions to build the most suitable obstacles. They would then cleverly destroy our efforts in Western Desert and the entire kingdom. The lights in the main hall were still lit. A few royal guards came forward to take over their shift dutifully, but they wisely kept a distance away to avoid disturbing the conversation between Gilbert and the new Duke of Star Lake. Thales took a long time to digest the information Gilbert told him. But, Gilbert, are you saying? Thales turned his head around in disbelief. The 3 great clans of Western Desert. The 3 great clans in Western Desert? They showed us that they were in cahoots with each other? Did they do it on purpose? Thales remembered Fakenhas's terrifying smile, Derek's sincerity, and Bosdorf's aggressiveness. From the rise of power to the sword sentinel, from the history of Blessings Town to the joke about Cohen, and then to the dazzling nine-pointed star flag. At that moment, it was as if someone had broken a mirror. What was left for Thales was a floor full of countless faces that could not be pieced together. Chapter 509. Gilbert cast Thales a profound glance. I cannot make a rash judgment. Even though the two of them were facing each other, the Foreign Affairs Minister's choice of words was still strict and restrained. Perhaps they do indeed have an old grudge, perhaps they do not obey each other, or perhaps it is just an accident that the king's orders have not been carried out smoothly in Western Desert over the years and have been greatly discounted, but Gilbert narrowed his eyes. But from the perspective of your father and your rule, your highness, did they collude, or was it a coincidence? Or was it both? Or was it just a tacit understanding? Is this still important? Thales was stunned when he heard this. Gilbert took a deep breath and spoke in an incredibly serious tone. The Western Desert is like a cake that is uneven, soft, and hard. Sometimes it is slippery, and sometimes it is stubborn. It is hard enough for the teeth to crack, but it is also sticky enough to be cut. Whether you chew it slowly or eat it quickly, it is difficult for you to swallow it from any angle, much less digest it. Compared to this, be it Arund, who took a risk in the Northern Territory, Nanchester, who is easily broken in the Land of Cliffs, or Covendier, who is young and full of vigor in the south, Gilbert shook his head. The wariness and worry in his eyes increased instead of decreasing. So, do you understand the meaning behind Baron Williams? Thales, who had yet to register the situation, stared at him in a daze. Gilbert chuckled softly. Indeed. Compared to his fame in the desert, those who have truly come into contact with the inside story know that the legendary Wing is arrogant, egotistical, difficult to get along with, has countless enemies, and disdains making friends. His choice of words was precise and direct. Even Renaissance Palace looks down on him. He has no respect for nobles in his eyes, and he does not care about tradition. When he is angry, he can mobilize an army, and when he is pleased, he can destroy a city. He is stubborn, and it is difficult to control the king's orders. Naturally, he does not care about the petty political tricks in Western Desert. Thales froze. The image of Roman coldly grabbing Norb and openly threatening to invade Renaissance Palace appeared in his mind. There was faint disdain in Gilbert's tone. And with the support of the royal family and the army, he is even more fearless. Be it the Black Lion's toughness, the Crow's shrewdness, the Four-Eyed Skull's unpredictability, or the legendary Wing's uncontrollable madness and fierceness overnight after the Desert War, all of them pale in comparison. Gilbert's eyes shone with the excitement of a fox catching its prey. Therefore, I became a fiendish demon who didn't even listen to the king, and took root in the complicated, chaotic Western Desert. He did not continue speaking. He only looked at Thales with a smile. On the contrary, Thales looked at him in surprise. So, what you need is not a West Desert that is at odds with each other, but a West Desert that is forced to unite under the heavy pressure outside the rules? So that you can hold the end of the rope and grasp the key, and you can solve the problem once and for all. Trapped beasts in a cage? And Williams is that pressure? In front of him, Gilbert still had the same smile as before. Williams, Falkenhaz, Chroma, Bosdorf, and now it was Gilbert and Kessel V. Thales leaned against the chair weakly and rubbed the space between his eyebrows in distress. He felt as if his brain was about to explode. After a while, he put down his palm. But is it useful? The nobles in Western Desert, even the most radical ones, will not obediently surrender just because there is a madman causing trouble at their doorstep. On the contrary, they will only be angered and become even more. Thales could not find any good words, so he decided to use an example to explain. Just like this time, Gilbert. The arrogant Williams almost burned through half of Bladefang's camp and took away all the supplies the suzerain of Western Desert placed here, but at this moment, a terrifying thought flashed in Thales' mind. He continued to speak, but he had unknowingly slowed down. The prince's words came to a halt. He stared at Gilbert in a daze. Gilbert, if the legendary wing is part of your plan, Thales stared at his former teacher in disbelief. Then, how do you expect Western Desert to react? Gilbert seemed to have realized something, and his smile slowly disappeared. Your Highness, it is getting late. He cleared his throat. But Thales seemed to be immersed in his own world. He continued to speak absent-mindedly. I always thought that Blade Fang's camp was not your target, but a bait. And the nobles of Western Desert suffered great losses and had to give up the camp. That is your result. But what if I am wrong? Thales stared at the shattered food on his plate. Gilbert did not speak. He only looked at him worriedly. What if Blade Fang's camp is not even bait? What if it is just a gambling table with rules written on it? What if the nobles of Western Desert, who think they understand the rules, carefully place their chips? Thales slowly organized his thoughts. As he deduced, he narrated. The more he spoke, the more shocked he became. Until their chips were eaten by Williams, who ignored the rules. What if this is the real bait? What if the result you want is not just to make the suzerains of Western Desert give up Blade Fang's camp? What if what you want is for them to fight back when they are fooled and severely injured, and when they are forced to lose their composure under heavy pressure? Gilbert frowned and shook his head. You are overthinking this, Your Highness. Why should we? But Thales interrupted him again. Gilbert. Thales stared at his plate in a daze. The thousands of regular soldiers of the royal family who were mobilized from the inland, the Northern Territory, and Central Territory along with you and Mallows, they are not going to relieve Blade Fang's camp, nor are they here to welcome me, right? Gilbert pulled up his face, and his smile was a little forced. I do not understand what you mean. Of course they are here to welcome the heir of the kingdom. Thales continued to stare at his plate in a daze. He subconsciously shook his head. Or perhaps they are here to fight against the nobles of Western Desert who intend to counterattack after a night of despair. This time, the silence around the table lasted a little longer. Thales was just stunned in his seat. He did not move. When he saw the second prince's expression, Gilbert sighed heavily. You think too much, Your Highness. The nobles are not that stupid, nor are they that impulsive. Even the most radical of them all, Bosdorf. Gilbert coughed violently. They do not have the confidence to defeat the legendary wing on the battlefield, and they do not have the bargaining chips to force Renaissance Palace to give up on Blade Fang's camp. Why would they do something so unwise? When he finished speaking, Gilbert stared at the prince worriedly. This time, Thales stared back at him in a daze. 6 years ago in Mindy's Hall, compared to Yodel, who did not show himself, and Gines, who spoke bluntly, the polite and amiable foreign affairs minister was one of the few people he trusted wholeheartedly and admired from the bottom of his heart. During his 6 years in Northland, every time he thought about the time he spent in Mindy's Hall, he would have a clearer sense of belonging to his hometown and the path back, which had gradually become blurry. But for some reason, after 6 years in Northland, after the halo of meeting his old friends faded away, for some reason, he felt that Gilbert's gaze had suddenly become a little unfamiliar. Yes, you are right. Thales stared at the edge of the table in a daze. He spoke mechanically, as if he was repeating Gilbert's words. Even if they suffered such a great loss, the Western Desert people do not have bargaining chips. They will not be so unwise as to give the royal family a reason to punish them for no reason and completely seize power from them. The Western Desert people do not have bargaining chips. Bargaining chips. A bargaining chip to tempt the nobles of Western Desert to counterattack. At that moment he suddenly understood. Thales looked up and stared straight at Gilbert. He forced himself to curl up the corners of his lips. I was thinking too much. Gilbert avoided Thales' gaze, which seemed to be able to see through him, and said stiffly, My young sir, your dinner is about to get cold, and we still have to continue our journey tomorrow. Thales' heart beat rhythmically. At that moment, he felt that his heart was beating very, very slowly. Very slowly. Your Highness. Thales snapped out of his daze. He forced himself to smile, took a deep breath, and started eating again. The Foreign Affairs Minister seemed to have sensed something, but he only opened his mouth hesitantly. He did not say anything. Why, Gilbert? Gilbert lifted his head. Thales was cutting his food absent-mindedly, and he was in low spirits. Why did the Duke of Western Desert give me a sword that has been passed down in his family? Why did the legendary wing fly into such a rage when he saw it? But the Count of the Single-Winged Crow came in person and politely sent me on my way home. It was clearly a question, but there was no questioning tone in it. When he saw Gilbert's dumbfounded and hesitant expression, Thales understood something. Gilbert paused for a moment before he explained patiently and gently about this, but Thales could no longer hear what he said. He remembered the story the watchman told Derek when he first met Mallows yesterday. So, that is not just a story. Thales lowered his head and stood rooted to the ground. The ugly old thing was right. My father is indeed a genius. Isn't he? But, Thales tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. So, this is a common tactic used by nobles to curry favor and draw people to their side. Gilbert finished his words amiably and pulled Thales out of his silent thoughts. The prince raised his head like a rusty doll and forced a smile. So, very soon, the entire kingdom will know that the Duke of Western Desert and the returning Prince of Constellation were chatting and exchanging gifts in Bladefang's camp. Thales said bitterly, and the small conflict between the Baron of Bladefang's camp and the suzerains of Western Desert that happened the night before has disappeared without a trace. Their goal has been achieved. He did not continue asking. Gilbert stared at Thales' bitter expression. In the end, he did not say anything. He only exhaled and turned his head away. So, do you understand now? The Foreign Affairs Minister lowered his head. His expression was unreadable and his tone was low. It is better to return that sword. Thales' hand, which was holding the knife, froze for a moment. He took a deep breath. The lights in the main hall dimmed. You said it during the national conference 6 years ago, Gilbert. Thales stared at his plate. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. In politics, when you face your opponents, kill them to your heart's content and leave no room for negotiation. This is not a wise way to govern. During these 6 years, I have gained a deeper understanding of this principle. Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows. Thales took a deep breath. When the prince raised his head, his smile had already become indifferent and natural again. I think it is better for me to keep it. If such a day really comes, I want to leave some room for negotiation for both parties who have nowhere to retreat to. Gilbert was slightly surprised. As for this sword, no matter what the intentions behind it are. Thales' eyes dimmed a little, but they immediately returned to normal. At least, it has the possibility of becoming that room. Thales said absent-mindedly. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I do not want to give up. His voice faded away. The silence in the main hall lasted for a long time. After a long while, Gilbert let out a long sigh. Your Highness. The cunning fox of Constellation looked at Thales with a gratified expression. You have grown up. Thales curled his lips and forced himself to be spirited. You have said this once. Gilbert smiled, but it was obvious that his smile was a little forced. Yes, Your Highness, but... Gilbert stared straight into Thales' eyes and sighed again. You have really grown up. This time, Thales did not refute him. He only smiled again and shifted his gaze back to his plate. Just as the two of them looked at each other in silence, Gilbert, has my father ever thought about it? The prince slowly chewed on a piece of food that he did not even notice. What if I die on this journey? Gilbert's expression became tense. Your Highness, the entire kingdom will do everything in its power to protect your safety. Thales hummed in acknowledgement and curled up the corners of his lips in anguish. Yes, you have said this before. 6 years ago. The Foreign Affairs Minister was instantly rendered speechless. A few seconds later, Gilbert continued the conversation in a very unnatural manner. This is also the reason why Yodel has been by your side throughout the journey. He forced himself to speak. His Majesty is concerned about your safety, so he sent his most trusted secret protector. He believes that Yodel can protect you, just like how he believes that he can protect His Majesty himself. Once he finished speaking, Gilbert turned his head around and scanned the air beside him, as if he was confirming something. Am I right, old friend? But there were only 2 people at the dining table in the main hall. There was only the sound of knives and forks clashing against plates in the air. There was no response. Gilbert's smile slowly froze. Thales looked up and stared at his former teacher with an indecipherable expression. Gilbert exhaled. Perhaps Yodel is not here right now. The Foreign Affairs Minister smiled bitterly. Or perhaps he is just. Gilbert looked around him. In the end, he lowered his head awkwardly and sighed in resignation. Does not want to talk to me. At that moment, the latter, a hoarse voice suddenly rose. The Foreign Affairs Minister was shocked. Gilbert instinctively turned his head around, but what he saw was still empty space. Thales curled up the corners of his lips. All right. Gilbert felt sorrowful. By the way, you have completed your mission, old friend. You did not let down His Majesty's trust in you. You protected his heir's safe return. There was still no response. Gilbert could only sigh and turn his head around resentfully. But Thales suddenly put down his knife and fork and stared at the air. What is it? Gilbert asked in concern. Thales did not look at him. He only grabbed a spoon and scooped up a spoonful of beans. Nothing, it's just. Thales stared at the beans in a daze. He subconsciously twitched the corners of his lips. I miss Northland a little. Especially during mealtimes. Gilbert raised his eyebrows in realization. You know, after 18 years ago, there was quite a long period of time. The Foreign Affairs Minister nodded. His tone was filled with endless nostalgia. I think so too. The old man and the young man were immersed in their own memories by the dining table. A few seconds later, Thales snapped out of his daze and put down the spoon of beans gently. He grabbed the knife and fork that were difficult to use. The second prince flashed a fitting smile at Gilbert and ate a piece of meat covered in sauce with perfect etiquette. Gilbert gave him a gratified smile in return. But only Thales knew. That piece of meat had been left for too long. Bitter. Stiff. Under the dim light, Count Bosdorf stepped into the room, looking travel-worn. A guard with the emblem of a 4-eyed skull on his armor rushed forward, but he was pushed away rudely. The guard was enraged. He was about to draw his sword. It's fine. A sharp and cold voice rose in the room, causing the guard's arm to stop. He can come in. Count Bosdorf did not even look at the guard who was ordered to retreat. He strode straight to the owner of the sharp voice and stared at the man who was eating. You came in without announcing yourself. Cyril Fakenhas swallowed a mouthful of fruit. He then raised his terrifying face and narrowed his eyes at the guest. If Gotham was here, he would have beaten you to death. With his fists. But his threat did not seem to work on the guest. My father respects you, Cyril, the master of the Black Lion, Louis Bosdorf said coldly. I do not. The Duke of Western Desert sneered. Coincidentally, I also respect your father. He shifted his attention away from the plate in front of him. His tone was cold. But not you. Bosdorf snorted angrily. You were the one who asked the crow to travel day and night to rush to the camp to fetch him? Count Louis gritted his teeth. The anger in his eyes almost overflowed. You. The Duke of Western Desert chuckled again and did not answer. But Bosdorf was not prepared to let him go just like that. Asterisk thud. Asterisk he punched Fakenhas' dining table with his iron-gloved fists, causing a plate of fish to flip over. Juices splattered everywhere. The Duke of Western Desert did not panic or become angry. He only quietly took out a handkerchief and wiped his face, which had been splashed by the juice. The Count of the Black Lion bent his elbow, and his upper body slowly pressed down on the Duke. I even prepared the boy's family flag. It's very big. Louis' gaze was as sharp as a knife. He gritted his teeth and said, all I need to do is to welcome him. The Duke of Western Desert snorted. Really? Count Bosdorf stared at the seemingly indifferent Duke. Then he curled up the corners of his lips. He looked as if he was so angry that he laughed. In Blessings Town, that boy was right in front of me. He was as close as I am to you right now. He could slit his throat with one slash. Bosdorf tilted his head. There was a fierce glare in his eyes. He met the Duke of Western Desert's eyes, which were sometimes murky and numb, and sometimes clear and sharp. And he was still as self-righteous as he was 6 years ago. He proudly showed off his ridiculous eloquence to me, completely unaware that he was only 1 foot away from disaster. Fakenhas did not realize that he was being threatened at all. Instead, he laughed. "You have to admit that the boy does have some eloquence, don't you?" Bosdorf did not seem to have heard him. He gritted his teeth. "And that damn crow and his equally damn crow whelps are standing there, between him and me. They are within the reach of my army. They are smiling at me like a god's personal bodyguard." Bosdorf's voice was cold, and his words were suppressed. Because of the Fakenhas' smile slowly faded away. He seemed to be in deep thought. That Derek did a pretty good job. Thank the sunset goddess, he is a good crow, isn't he? Asterisk bang. Asterisk Lewis slammed his fists on the dining table again. I could have taken him down. This time, Count Bosdorf could no longer suppress his anger. "You knew that my army, the Black Lion Infantry Regiment, which is best at breaking through enemy defenses and destroying cities, had already arrived at Blessingstown. You knew that I was far away from Bladefang's camp, from him." Bosdorf could not contain his anger. He panted a few times before he finished speaking. "There is only 1 day left. 1 day." He gritted his words. Fakenhas also seemed to have become serious. He snorted in disdain. And then Bosdorf stared at the Duke of Western Desert. "That is Renaissance Palace's lifeline, the foundation of their rule, and our best bargaining chip over the past 10 years. The Count of Black Lion was aggressive. The anger in his eyes could be seen clearly. We can take back Bladefang's camp and even chase that sissy away. At least, we can tell them our attitude." But the Duke of Western Desert, who had been calm, suddenly raised his head and said firmly, "Then, there is only 1 day left before the Bosdorf family of Brave Souls Fort is destroyed." His words were as fierce as a cold wind, and he was not polite at all. The conversation between the two stopped for a few seconds. This time, it was Bosdorf's turn to sneer. "Do you know what happened in Bladefang's camp? The Duke who has been pampered all his life." The Count of Black Lion straightened his body and distanced himself from Bosdorf, but the sharpness in his eyes only increased. Biro lost an entire year's income, and a lot of it was borrowed. Emery lost their family heir. New Offering Land also lost this season's autumn harvest manpower. And Toth said that he will never join our military expedition again. Lugo even bet everything of his entire family. Fakenhas turned his head to avoid the Count's gaze. Bosdorf's question sounded as if it was ground out. "This is us. Destroyed today, destroyed tomorrow. Is there a difference?" Fakenhas raised his head slowly. "Of course there is." At this moment, the Duke of Western Desert's gaze became profound. "Destroyed today, and you will have nothing." Fakenhas narrowed his eyes. "Destroyed tomorrow, and you will at least have tomorrow's hope." Louis Bosdorf's lips parted, and he laughed coldly. 2 seconds later, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. "Tomorrow's hope? All the things you've done." His smile turned into ice. "For the so-called hope?" Cyril Fakenhas paused for a moment. "No." He turned his hand to his walking stick. His gaze was fixed on the empty hook where a long sword was originally hung. For, with the most complicated and indescribable emotion, the Duke said flatly, "Tomorrow. Colon." Chapter 5:10. He was dreaming. This time he knew it clearly. He sensed that a hole had appeared in the void beneath his feet. It was an increasingly large hole. Until he fell into it. He could not free himself. He subconsciously lifted his leg, wanting to get rid of that terrifying hole, but he was greeted by a call. "Your Highness." Thales woke up with a start. Only then did he realize that he was lying horizontally on the seat. His right leg was firmly pressed against the carriage. And there was no hole under his feet. Not to mention falling. There was only the rumbling of horse hooves, the slow sound of wheels, the low murmurs of people, and, "I am sorry for disturbing your sleep." In the swaying carriage, Gilbert's gentle voice slowly calmed his panic. "Did you not rest well last night?" Thales sat up straight, took a deep breath and rubbed his face. No, it has been a long time since I had such a good sleep. Thales buried his face in his palms and said quietly. A second later, the prince raised his head from his hands and smiled amiably. I was just resting for a while. Gilbert looked at him seriously for a long time before a smile appeared on his face. Your Highness, Eternal Star City is right in front of us. Eternal Star City. In an instant, this phrase seemed to have supernatural power. It swept away Thales' fatigue and sleepiness. What? Thales turned his head in surprise. So fast. The teenager dragged his slightly numb body and tried his best to move to the side of the carriage. He pushed open the window. We have only been in Central Territory for a few days. Thales' words came to an abrupt halt. As the carriage went up a slope, he saw it through the vague figures of the cavaliers outside the window. Under the bright sunlight, the plains were vast, the roads were flat, and the villages were orderly. It was like a colorful ribbon between the blue sky and the black earth. More and more people came from both sides of the road. There were busy peddlers, hurrying farmers, government officials who dashed past, and all sorts of carriages. Some were fast, some were slow, but they were in order. Under the forceful orders of the regular soldiers, they moved to the side of the road. They stayed outside the temporary cordons set up by the soldiers, and they sized up the astonishingly large group of carriages with curious and surprised gazes. They are probably some high officials and nobles. Oh, there are so many bodyguards clearing the way. Maybe it's a Grand Duke from another clan. What do you think is in that carriage? I'm guessing it's some expensive urinal. The indistinct discussion reached the young man's ears. However, none of this could compare to the focus of Thales' gaze. It was a city. In the distance, the towering gray brick city wall stood tall like a towering tree. The protruding sentry towers and battlements were uneven, creating a different kind of scenery. The starry blue flag on top of the city wall fluttered in the wind like rolling waves. It was not as grand and majestic as Dragon Cloud City, not as sturdy and tough as Broken Dragon Fortress, and not as chaotic and free as Bladefang's camp. But, for some reason, this orderly, and seemingly ordinary city attracted his attention so much at this moment. Eternal Star City. Thales was a little dazed as he watched. You don't need to be nervous. Gilbert seemed to have sensed the teenager's complicated emotions. You went home, that's all. Thales' gaze still could not leave the city in the distance. He said absent-mindedly, I know. Gilbert did not say anything. He only smiled as he watched the prince lose his composure. If you want to, Your Highness, Gilbert gave him an encouraging look. Then let's go out and see for ourselves. To see it with his own eyes, he was unfamiliar yet familiar, Homden. Thales slowly came to his senses, and his gaze gradually became determined. Gilbert grinned and said, I think it's time for Eternal Star City and the entire kingdom to see the air they haven't seen for 6 years. After 6 years, Thales' gaze passed through the soldiers, passers-by, the wilderness, and even the city walls in the distance and the clouds in the sky. Of course, Gilbert. Thales turned his head around. His expression was complicated and difficult. Of course. The Foreign Affairs Minister was silent for a few seconds under the prince's rare gaze. After that, Gilbert gently pushed open the window, knocked on the carriage, and stuck his head out slightly. Lord Mallows, could you please slow down and raise the 9-pointed star flag? Perhaps it is time for His Highness to show himself in public. Count Casso's shout caused the horses' hooves and wheels outside the carriage to change their speed and trajectory at the same time. The royal guards surrounding the prince's carriage moved. They quickly formed a formation and revealed Watchman Mallows, who was approaching on horseback. Let His Highness see his Eternal Star City as well, Gilbert continued speaking, but I am very sorry. No. Mallows' voice came from afar like the hooves of a horse. His tone was gentle and polite, but his refusal was very straightforward. There was no room for negotiation. Gilbert was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect that his suggestion would be rejected. Thales frowned as well. Fortunately, the Foreign Affairs Minister only paused for a few seconds before he continued to lean out of the carriage and tried to make another effort. All right, Lord Mallows, I understand your work, but we do not need to stop. and we do not need to deviate from the route. It is just that when His Highness enters the main road. But what welcomed him was still Mallow's polite answer. I cannot allow it. Thales was stunned. Gilbert also froze for a moment. My lord. Mallow's face appeared outside the carriage window, and he exchanged a glance with Thales, who was in the carriage. I believe that you understand the commotion caused by the prince's return to the country better than I do. The nobles in the western desert are a good example. I can even imagine what kind of crowd and chaos we will have to face if the Duke shows himself in public. From the commoners who are watching the show to the nobles who are trying to get information. This is too troublesome for us. For safety's sake, I do not think it is suitable for you to show yourself. Instead, you should stay in the carriage until we enter Renaissance Palace. The watchman continued to smile. He looked at the curious commoners on both sides of the road and rejected him with a friendly tone. And there is no need for us to make a big fuss and attract more attention. For safety's sake. When he heard the other politely but resolutely reject him, Thales frowned a little. Lord Mallows, if you are thinking about safety, we have already reached the capital, and we have all of you and even the regular soldiers behind us. I believe that all of you have the confidence to ensure His Highness. Gilbert spoke softly, but he was interrupted by Mallows. No. Do not overestimate us, Count. We do not have the kingdom's wrath, and we are not the fortress flower. Mallows continued to smile, but in Thales' eyes, he did not like it. If we were to really face the people who would explode like a tidal wave, we would at most have a 50-50 chance of winning. Gilbert was speechless for a moment. The royal guards looked at each other. Mallows, on the other hand, was still grinning. The prince's mood became a little gloomy. Gilbert sensed that the atmosphere had stiffened. I admire the royal guard's caution and apprehension, but other than that, shouldn't we consider more? Count Cassos sat up straight, supported himself with his staff, and adopted the attitude of a professional negotiator. Regardless of whether he is the prince or the Duke of Star Lake, on the first day of his return, he should show himself in public. At least for a few seconds, let everyone see him enter the city and let the news spread. Constellation's cunning fox narrowed his eyes. And this is for the royal family, for His Majesty's rule and interests. Lord Mallows? When he heard the other party's righteous and noble reason, Mallows lowered his head and remained silent for a while. But just when Thales thought that he was about to compromise, perhaps I did not express myself clearly. Perhaps you were just joking. Mallows raised his head. His smile was even more sincere, but his gaze was calm and indifferent. But my mission is to safely escort the prince back to Renaissance Palace, Count Casso. Mallows curled the muscles on both sides of his lips, but there was a sparse smile in his eyes. Nothing else. The nail that was neither too hard nor too soft made Gilbert frown. When he sensed that Mallows was not cooperating with him in this matter, Thales cast a glance at the narrow carriage that he had stayed in for a long time, relatively speaking. He sensed the numbness on his but from being shaken by the carriage. He then looked at the vast scenery outside the window, as well as the famous city of his hometown. He was silent, and his emotions were a little depressed. We should have talked about this, Your Grace. Gilbert's tone became a little stiff. You and I have our own missions, and we tried our best not to make things difficult for each other. Before this, we worked together pretty well, didn't we? As he stared at Gilbert's gaze, Mallows smiled as well. He was only silent for a few seconds. I am very sorry that my mission conflicts with yours. Mallow's expression was still gentle and polite. But all I can do is say, sorry. Count Casso. He nodded respectfully at the end. Gilbert's expression was a little unpleasant. Even though every sentence he said started with a polite and humble apology, Thales listened to Gilbert's repeated rejections and looked at the slightly displeased Gilbert. He then glanced at the royal guards who surrounded him tightly from the corner of his eyes. He suddenly thought of Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace, and Blood Court. Nicholas' subordinates did the same over there. They blocked every entrance and exit so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. As he thought of this, the discomfort in the prince's heart reached its peak. Your Grace. Gilbert sighed. The Duke will stay in the carriage. This will save us a lot of trouble. The watchman smiled as usual and interrupted Gilbert. That will be enough. When he heard this, Thales, who could not listen to it anymore, could not help but interrupt. So, because you think that it is very troublesome, you would rather trap me in the carriage? The prince subconsciously raised his voice. I thought His Majesty asked you to escort me, not to imprison me? The sound of the horse's hooves changed a little. The prince's loud voice was obviously not normal. A few royal guards, or rather, the members of the Star Lake Guards, rushed over nervously, including Doyle and Glover, whom Thales had gradually become familiar with. Gilbert's expression also changed slightly. Mallows finally shifted the focus of his gaze to Thales. Thales frowned. He looked like he wanted an explanation. But Mallows only paused for a moment before he smiled. I'm sorry to make you feel that way, Your Grace. After meeting His Majesty, you can protest to him at any time and suggest that he remove me from my position. Thales was stunned. Mallows looked at Thales in a gentle manner, shrugged, and said softly, but before that, according to tradition and rules, as the watchman of the royal guards and the person in charge of your personal guards, I'm afraid that my consideration and judgment for your personal safety takes precedence over your personal preferences. It's my duty, please forgive me. In that instant, the air inside and outside the carriage seemed to freeze. Thales' expression was stiff. Mallows' expression remained the same. Doyle and Glover looked at each other among the royal guards around them. Their eyes were filled with surprise, but they did not dare to breathe loudly. For some reason, Thales remembered Roman's expression when he was still in Bladefang's camp, where he said, "Don't tell me how to do my job." Just as Gilbert wanted to say something to soothe his cheeks, Thales shut his eyes tightly before he opened them again. Are you royal guards or my personal guards? Thales spoke slowly. You should obey my orders. But Mallows only shook his shoulders. You are the Prince of Constellation and the Duke of the Kingdom. The watchman remained respectful, but his words did not show any signs of weakness. You should also respect His Majesty's orders. His eyes shone with a profound light. Especially on the first day you returned. Thales' expression darkened. Are you saying? The prince stared at Mallows and enunciated each word clearly. Is this His Majesty's order? At that moment, Gilbert's expression changed as well. No, the watchman said faintly while he rode on his horse. It's just the way I carry out my orders. The way I carry out my orders. Thales' gaze changed. Doyle, who was listening by the side nervously, suddenly felt that the air around him seemed to have become thick. Lord Mallows. Under everyone's gazes, the prince faced the watchman who refused to back down and spoke softly. I want you to stop the carriage now. But Mallows only snorted softly. I really want to, my lord. Gilbert, who sensed that something was wrong, shouted sternly and interrupted Mallows. The Foreign Affairs Minister then turned to Thales, who had a cold expression. He said gently, Your Highness, we have traveled a lot today. Perhaps you do need to rest. I believe that Lord Mallows is also doing this to protect you, but Thales interrupted him. Protect me. The prince's words seemed to have been dipped in ice water. Just like 6 years ago? Gilbert was momentarily speechless. Thales and Mallows' gazes met in the air. One of them was cold and sharp, while the other was calm and indifferent. Doyle, who was watching by the side, suddenly had a bad feeling. Gilbert, tell me, the prince said softly. The personal guards of each Duke of Star Lake, such as John, are all royal guards directly mobilized by the king and stationed around him? Gilbert froze. Mallows also narrowed his eyes slightly. The Star Lake guards around them looked at each other with different expressions. A few seconds later, Gilbert coughed, and he seemed to be rather embarrassed. That is because you have been away from home for too long, and you lack the manpower by your side. His Majesty is also worried. Thales did not hear the rest of his words. He only stared intently at Mallows. It was as if he was staring at another person. I understand, the prince said softly. Continue. Mallows' expression froze. What? Thales stared straight at him. Continue smiling, Lord Mallows. Under the puzzled gazes of the royal guards around him, Thales snorted coldly. Because if you don't smile, then you will look like a dead man. Mallows was stunned. Gilbert looked at Thales worriedly. Your Highness. But Thales ignored Gilbert's words. He only minded his own business and looked at Mallows, who had a puzzled expression on his face. Mallows frowned slightly and ignored him. He turned his horse around and gave his order. Return to the previous formation. But this time, the prince spoke before he could. Then, the watchman of the royal guards, the royal knight, and my captain of the Star Lake Guards, Lord Tormund Mallows. The watchman's gaze froze. Thales raised his voice so that the royal guards around him could hear him clearly. To thank you for your hard work and diligence in escorting me back to the capital. When he said this, all the guards were puzzled. Thales stared intently at Mallows and said slowly, I want to reward you. Steel fragrance. Chapter 5:11. Under the sun, the carriage continued to move forward slowly towards Eternal Star City. The people on both sides of the road were separated by the regular soldiers, and only their faces could be seen. But no one could imagine that there was a strange conversation going on between this unusual carriage and the dozen or so royal guards around it. Gilbert watched in astonishment as Thales raised his right arm expressionlessly and displayed the item in his hand next to the window. The guards, including Mallows, Doyle, and Glover, frowned. They were either puzzled or in disbelief. This is the sentinel. The prince stroked the long and narrow sword hilt in his hand expressionlessly. The sword of the ancient empire was forged by gathering the skills of the dwarves and elves, as well as the essence of the earth and the seven seas. Sentinel. Mallows was shocked. Doyle and Glover were both stunned. Your Highness, I don't. The watchman glanced around and suppressed the strange gazes of his subordinates. The sound of metal sliding through leather made Mallows' words freeze in his throat. The teenager sized up the slightly unsheathed longsword and sensed its cold gleam. Ewan, it is the Fakenhas family's treasured sword that has been passed down through generations. It once accompanied their ancestor to participate in the Battle of Eradication. It cut through all the obstacles and witnessed the establishment of the King of Renaissance. In recent times, it was also the most reliable blade in the Royal Guards. Together with its master, it fought hard to help King Adi ascend to the throne. In front of everyone, Thales' fingers brushed past its blade, sheathed it, and praised in a low voice. Of great significance. Perhaps it could not stand the stifling atmosphere. The steed under Mallows neighed unnaturally and turned its head anxiously. But on the saddle, Mallows' eyes were burning, his emotions unknown. The uneasiness of the warhorses spurred on their own kind. For a moment, all four sides neighed, and the carriage moved with increasing difficulty. Doyle tried his best to control his steed while he stared at the sword with a unique arc in surprise. His mouth was wide open. That sword. Beside him, Glover pursed his lips and pacified his horse. Gilbert stared at the sword and thought about something. In the next second, under all kinds of gazes, the young Duke of Star Lake opened his mouth coldly and left no room for doubt. Lord Mallows, from now on. Thales raised his right arm steadily and sent the hilt of his sword out of the window. It's yours. It's yours. The air was quiet for a moment, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. Gilbert snapped out of his daze and looked at the teenager in disbelief. The guards around them burst into a slight commotion, and Doyle looked as if he had just seen a ghost. It was as if he was meeting the prince for the first time. Mallows frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the reins. But Thales did not give him a chance to speak. Of course, I hope that's not all. The young duke continued speaking gently. As a matter of fact, with my return, discussions and speculations about this sword will flood the entire kingdom. People will come to you tirelessly to ask you about the secrets behind the legendary sword out of curiosity, confusion. Gilbert's expression was a little strange. Especially about how it left Duke Fakenhas Kane in Western Desert, reached Eternal Star City, Renaissance Palace, Prince Thales and the Duke of Star Lake's hands, and finally fell into your hands. Including the reason and meaning of how it passed through so many hands. Thales swept his gaze over every royal guard coldly. His tone fluctuated, as if he was reciting an ancient bardic poem. From Doyle to Glover, the people who met his gaze instinctively avoided eye contact. In the end, Thale's gaze returned to Mallows, who did not say a word but was frowning even more. "But I believe that you can handle it. Am I right?" The young duke said nonchalantly and raised the hilt of his sword. Everyone fell silent. They looked at Mallows in unison and waited for his decision. In the next moment, Mallows turned his head around abruptly. He looked at everyone with a burning gaze. The royal guards seemed to have come to a tacit understanding. They turned their heads away in unison. They did not dare look at Mallows or Sentinel anymore. It was as if the former was not their superior, and the latter was not a famous sword. The place fell silent again. But there was no longer any hint of relaxation on Mallows' face. He tightened his grip on his steed in a slightly stiff manner and forced it to calm down. Time seemed to have turned into a distant mural. It was dim and silent, and as Mallows moved, it peeled off piece by piece. "Your Grace." He stared at Sentinel, which had half of its body sticking out of the window. "What does this mean?" Mallows' words were very soft and soft. It was like the sound of an old page being flipped. But the guards around him held their breaths. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Logistics Officer Stone, who was at the back, even subconsciously gulped. Gilbert did not say a word either. "What I mean is, only the Duke of Star Lake was different." He smiled in a relaxed manner. "Congratulations, Lord Mallows." From now on, Thale's gaze met Mallows, and it was as if they were fighting in the air. "Sentinel has a long history and is of great significance. It is the heirloom of the noble and loyal Mallows family, one of the 7 Jade Star attendants." He said softly, "Remember, pass it down to your son and to your grandson." Mallows froze on his horse. His face was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. He could only let his steed move him up and down. And Thales just watched him quietly. The guards looked at each other. Their expressions were different. They did not know how to deal with it. "Ahem. Although the prince admires you very much, I do not think that this is a good time to accept the reward," Gilbert said stiffly and slowly. "What do you say, Lord Mallows?" No one responded. After what Doyle felt was about a century, Mallows' voice traveled into his ears slowly. It sounded as if a rock stratum had cracked open. "This gift is too precious and too heavy. Forgive me, but I cannot accept it." Once he finished speaking, without waiting for Thales to react, the watchman whipped his horse, and its hooves swept past Thales' window. Mallows raised his voice and ordered with a stern face. "The prince is tired. Hurry up and continue forward." The royal guards, who had long since felt very uncomfortable being stuck between the prince and their superior, turned around and obeyed the order. But Thales' voice traveled through the crowd again and rang clearly. "Then this is no longer a reward." Everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing. The young duke in the carriage said coldly, "It is a responsibility that you cannot shirk from." "Lord Tormund Mallows." Mallows' figure also slowed down in the air. "Responsibility? You are the watchman of the royal guards, right?" Watchman. Under everyone's gazes, Thales easily put away his sword hilt and toyed with the black gemstone embedded in it. "If I remember correctly, this position has been sacred and important since Constellation was founded. It is second only to the captain of the guards. One of its duties is to protect the royal family's treasury and control the movement of secret treasures." When he said this, the royal guards around him were all stunned. Doyle frowned and looked at Penal Officer Gray Parson, but the latter could only look at him with a gloomy expression. Even Gilbert sank into deep contemplation. Thales stared at Mallows' back. His tone allowed no room for doubt. "So, protecting the secret treasures of the Jade Star royal family, including the Sentinel. If I remember correctly, it is my family. This is your duty. You cannot shirk it." The Sentinel trembled in Thales' palm and flipped over. The Duke's young voice rang in everyone's ears. "Take it well and place it in the most eye-catching spot. No matter what occasion it is, I want to see it, with you." The sun was still shining, and the sound of hooves thundered. However, Mallows' back had completely stiffened. Doyle looked at his superior cautiously, but the latter did not show any reaction. A few seconds later, the watchman's voice rose slowly. Abusing the rules and abusing public office to avenge personal wrongs are not the qualities a king should have. Your Grace. His voice was no longer as relaxed and indifferent as before. Instead, there was a solemn and gloomy tone. Thales smiled. I am sorry to make you feel this way, Lord Mallows. The new Duke of Star Lake's next sentence sounded familiar, and it caused everyone's expression to change. After you enter the palace, you can bring this sword and protest to His Majesty at any time. You can suggest that he remove you from your position. Of course, I guess that in the end, he will still put this sword into the royal family's treasury. Thales narrowed his eyes, and his words were cold. But before that, according to tradition and rules, as the watchman of the royal guards and the person in charge of my personal guards, I am afraid that your duties as a member of the guards will take precedence over your personal preferences. At that moment, the muscles on Mallow's arm tensed. Thales snorted softly and said in the end, It is my duty, please forgive me. Mallows still had his back to the carriage. His expression could not be seen, but the guards who drove the carriage did not dare to look at his face. In the dead silence and awkward atmosphere, Thales knocked on the window with the hilt of his sword. Sir Watchman? At that moment, Doyle coughed violently and interrupted him with a laugh. About that, as the watchman, you have a rather high rank. You need to report to your superiors before accepting gifts. How about this? Our flag-bearer, Hugo Fubel, will record everything that happened today, and His Majesty will make the final decision. Perhaps it was because of his talent, Doyle's words made the atmosphere become much more relaxed. Thales frowned slightly. So troublesome? Doyle rushed to the window and gave the prince an apologetic smile. The young duke also smiled. Then forget it. This sword will not be given to Mallows. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But, young DD? The sudden address made Doyle subconsciously perk up. But he immediately realized who was calling him. Yes, Your Highness? The Duke leaned against the window and sighed. Did you know, 60 years ago, the silent Sumer IV's widow, the witch Empress Vera from the Covendier family, once worked together with the Tabark family from Blade Edge Hill to murder my grandfather. They tried to support John Jadestar, the previous Duke of Star Lake before me, to be crowned king. Thales' tone was very mysterious, and it made every noun that came out of his mouth even more stirring. There was a small commotion among the royal guards again. Even Gilbert could not control his expression. Perhaps it was because his impression of Doyle was too different from before, or perhaps it was because there were too many secrets in his words, but Doyle was stunned for a moment before he answered in an extremely unnatural manner. Yes, is that so? But Thales did not care. He only stared at the sentinel in his hand in a daze. It is thanks to this legendary sword that my grandfather did not lose his throne and was successfully crowned. Doyle quirked his eyebrows slightly. He wanted to send his superior a questioning look, but Mallows did not even turn his head around. But can you feel it? The prince's expression of fascination slowly turned into solemnity. Can you feel the bloody storm between the supreme royal family and the two aristocratic families 60 years ago from this sword? Bloody storm, Doyle's eyelids twitched. But Thales did not give him the chance to answer. Today, I have decided to bestow the sentinel to you, Protector Danny Doyle. At that moment, Doyle's entire body trembled. The Duke of Star Lake turned to Doyle and handed over Sentinel with a stern expression. As the most reliable person among the 6 protectors under me, perform well. Thales narrowed his left eye. Do not disgrace it. Just like his peers, Doyle was stunned on the spot. All right, but... He first nodded subconsciously as he stared at the sword. Then he realized something, and his face instantly turned pale with fright. But Doyle reacted very quickly. Before his peers' sympathetic gazes landed on him, his expression became stern. He straightened his back and held the weapon by his waist in a relaxed and straightforward manner. Ahem, no, Your Highness, in truth, my current sword was left to me by my grandmother. Doyle looked a little sad, but he immediately became determined, like a loyal young man who was encouraged by something. I swore on my grandmother's grave that I will not be disloyal before it breaks. Thales snorted and shook Sentinel. So, you don't want it? Even if it is a precious sword of the ancient empire? Doyle shook his head like a rattle. All right then. Thales sighed regretfully. Doyle then breathed a sigh of relief. But, Vanguard Glover. When Doyle sighed in relief and Thales suddenly called out his name, the nearly expressionless Glover first tensed up. Then, he looked at the prince with a wary gaze. Thales waved at him with a smile. I heard that your grandfather once served in the Royal Guards, and he held a high position. Then, I think that the most suitable family to pass down this weapon is the Glover family. Glover trembled a little. But he subconsciously shook his head, and he said firmly, no. Thales' smile froze a little. You don't want it either? Glover's expression remained the same. He shook his head like a log. No. Thales sighed heavily. When he raised his head again, he suddenly noticed that at some unknown point of time, the royal guards around the carriage had all turned their faces away. They were either dutifully investigating the enemy's situation, or they were talking to their peers in a seemingly serious manner. Even Doyle was holding Glover's hand, who did not say a word. They seemed to be chatting and laughing. All right. Thales shook his head in resignation. He turned around and exchanged a glance with Gilbert, who had a strange expression on his face. Then I can only tell them that regardless of whether it is the Mallows, Doyle, or the Glover family, all of them disregard Sentinel, which represents the relationship between the powerful families and Renaissance Palace, and they cast it aside like it is an old shoe. Mallow's hooves trembled slightly, and Doyle's smile froze. The prince chuckled and extended the long sword out of the carriage with a regretful expression. On the first day I returned, they abandoned Sentinel by the side of the road. Since then, its whereabouts have been unknown. In the next second, Thales let go without hesitation. Asterisk thud. Asterisk under the royal guard's incredulous gazes, the precious sword of the ancient empire, the heirloom of the Fakenhas family, and the extraordinary Sentinel fell off the carriage and crashed on the ground. A lot of dust was stirred up. What? Doyle's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Glover also tightened his grip on the reins. A few of the royal guards subconsciously tugged at the reins and turned around to avoid stepping on the precious sword that had been passed down through the ages. In an instant, the formation of the entire convoy was a little chaotic. Mallows turned his head around swiftly and stared at the young duke, who did not care at all. He gave Doyle a look, and Doyle quickly urged his horse to catch up to them. He wanted to scoop up Sentinel before it was covered in dust. Very good, Doyle. Thales placed his elbows next to the carriage window, and his eyes lit up. Thank you. In the end, you still accepted this weapon that no one dares to take. Doyle had already stuck his body out of the saddle, and he froze in midair. His feet were hooked in the stirrup, and his palm hovered above Sentinel. It was only 1 foot away from the hilt of the sword. Doyle's strange posture showed that he was a great horseman. That is, if you did not look at his expression. Remember, it holds great significance. You must treat it well. Thales looked at Doyle, who seemed to be frozen above the long sword, with great interest. Enough. Finally, Mallows pulled the reins and pulled his horse back. His expression was sullen. Your Highness, what exactly do you want to do? The entire convoy stopped because of him. Gilbert sighed. He looked at Thales with a slightly complicated gaze. Doyle, who was frozen in midair, looked as if he had been pardoned. He tumbled and crawled back to the saddle. He did not even look at the extraordinary sword. What do I want to do? Thales repeated these words slowly, and his tone became solemn. He turned to Mallows, and his originally humorous and relaxed expression became serious and serious. It's very simple. Thales swept his gaze over every royal guard and spoke in a deep voice. I want to tell you that my sword is very heavy and very heavy. Mallow's eyes sparkled slightly. From Central Territory to Western Desert, from Constellation to Extet, it carries the weight of many people. It is so heavy that sometimes I do not know if I can even lift it. Doyle and Glover looked at each other at a loss. So, when my mission conflicts with yours? Thales stared at the watchman's expression, and the rhythm in his words was stretched to the limit. So, when my mission conflicts with yours, I hope that all of you can do more than just say sorry. My personal guards. No one answered, including Mallows. Thales averted his warning gaze and sat up straight. And next time, if all of you insist on placing His Majesty's orders and my will on two sides of the chessboard, he said faintly, then you better first decide whether you, who are in the middle, can lift this damn sword. The royal guards were silent. Even Mallows stopped where he was. He looked at Thales with an incredibly complicated gaze. Thales knocked on the carriage and stared coldly at the sentinel on the ground. Because, no matter how troublesome you think my will is, do not forget that in this world there are many more troublesome things than all of you think, even more troublesome things. At that moment, Thales suddenly understood something with some satisfaction. Fakenhas did not just give me a sword. Instead, he gave me a direction. As he thought of this, Thales returned to his seat. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood today. Can you take my sword back? Doyle shuddered. He was about to bend down to retrieve the sword, but he hesitated again. Are you saying, your sword? Thales exhaled. Yes. He flashed a friendly smile at Doyle through the carriage window. It is my sword, Thales said with a profound meaning. Because no one can lift it except me. Mallows was silent. Hence, under everyone's gazes, Doyle quickly picked up the sentinel with extreme caution and handed it back to the prince at lightning speed, as though he would be in great trouble if he was any slower. Thales held the sword, stroked its arc, and sighed softly. Now, because of all of you, this sword is covered in dust, and the carriage is filthy. Thales put down the sentinel and looked at his personal guards indifferently. So, before returning to Renaissance Palace, I need to go outside and breathe some fresh air. It would be best if I am on a good, docile, tall, and strong horse. He stared at the leader, Mallows, with a burning gaze. Is there a problem? Under the nervous or uneasy gazes of his colleagues, Mallows did not say a word. He only frowned deeply. A few minutes later, Thales sat comfortably on the horse. He swayed and rose and fell as he followed the royal guards forward. As he looked at the scenery of the wilderness in the suburbs of Eternal Star City, he slowly sighed in relief. The royal guards pulled up the cloaks that concealed their identities. They seemed to be in a messy formation, but in truth, they surrounded him tightly and meticulously. Besides that, Mallows also rejected Gilbert's request to erect the 9-pointed star flag. He asked the carriage to go first, and they disguised themselves as regular soldiers who came to take over the defense. But this is just the beginning, isn't it? Thales whispered in his heart. You have not only grown up. Gilbert, who was riding on another horse, sighed softly. You are also different. Thales lowered his head. His emotions were indescribable. Is that so? Gilbert nodded. His eyes were filled with emotion. Just now, I thought I had returned to when I was 35 years old. Thales raised his head. Why? Gilbert smiled. He heaved a long sigh as if he had returned to the past. Yes, because I went to Broken Dragon Fortress at that age. Thales was stunned. Broken Dragon Fortress? It was also there that I met him for the first time. Thales frowned. Who did you meet? The Foreign Affairs Minister froze for a moment. Him. Gilbert's tone was filled with fascination and wariness at the same time. My opponent in the negotiations. The Overlord of Extet. The Born King. Nuvan VII. When he heard this name, Thales was stunned. Nuvan. In the face of Gilbert's gratified and respectful gaze, he watched the people coming and going in front of him in a daze. The scenery changed. He did not reply for a long time. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.